Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Henley High School Baseball on MyBasin.com. Today's Skyline Conference play continues for the Hornets as they take on a crosstown rival in the Klamath Union Pelicans. Glad to be with you today. It is a sunny Friday afternoon from beautiful and historic Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls as we get ready for games 2 and 3 of a season series between the Hornets and the Pelicans. These two teams played earlier this week, back on Tuesday, a 5-1 victory for the Hornets, and for them, that was their 6th straight victory. For Klamath Union, that loss marked their 4th straight. For the Hornets, they look to continue their trend of winning a lot of baseball games, coming in today ranked number 1 in the state of Oregon, but on the road today against a Pelicans team that played well back on Tuesday. We'll talk a little bit about that Tuesday matchup, as well as what we expect to see in a doubleheader this afternoon. So stick with us after this 2-minute timeout on MyBasin.com for more Hornets baseball.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan?
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Welcome back to MyBasin.com. Our coverage of Henley baseball continues today as the home team, the Klamath Union Pelicans, take the field. Time now to introduce you to the starting lineups this afternoon, brought to you by Country Financial and Gary Sheen, the nation's #1 life insurance provider. Let's start out with the starting lineup. First, for the Henley Hornets, leading off for them, their shortstop, Connor Shively. Carson Sims bats second. He's at second base today. Jacoby Takini, the catcher, is hitting third. Ian Meyer, the first baseman, is hitting fourth. Batting fifth is Derek Cox, the third baseman. Corbin Hamilton's batting sixth. He's in right field today. The designated hitter, Cam Carpenter, bats seventh. Hitting eighth is the left fielder, Harley Hoblet. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Ryan Douglas. They'll be going up against the right-hander, P.J. Safford from Klamath Union. And the lineup behind him goes like this. Safford is the leadoff hitter for the Pelicans. He's followed up by the second baseman, Isaac Barrias, followed by Tilden Kaufman, the shortstop, batting third. Harrison Swaim is the first baseman. He's batting cleanup, followed by Reese Johnson, the third baseman. Griffin Johnson is in right field today. He's batting sixth. Hitting seventh is Luis Mesa Bravo, the catcher. Nathan Ferns is the designated hitter. He's batting eighth. And Donovan Jones bats ninth. He's in left field. Let's pull up the numbers for P.J. Safford, the soon-to-be Oregon Tech Owl. Made his announcement a couple of weeks ago, but this year for Klamath Union has made a number of starts and has pitched well last time out. Surrendered a handful of walks against Hidden Valley in a loss, but pulling up the season statistics now for P.J. Safford. He is making his 9th start of the season. He carries a 5-3 record. In 36 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 26 hits, 26 runs, although only 7 of those runs earned. He's walked 10 and struck out a team-high 55 batters for an ERA of 1.34 entering play today. As we get set to bring up now your Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance scoreboard. Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance has been treating athletes of all ages since 2020. Connor Shively getting ready to step in now. The Hornets in their navy blue tops, Henley written across their chest with a yellow outline and gray pants. The Pelicans today in their home white uniforms with the letter P written on their left side. Love the classic Klamath Union looks. First pitch to Connor Shively, by the way, fouled back. Count 0-1 to Shively. He takes a pitch outside. Now the count is 1-1. 3:02 here at Kiger Stadium. Just a couple of minutes late, but a beautiful day for baseball. 71 degrees here at first pitch. The 1-1 is a bouncer out to second base. Barrios plays it on a couple of hops. Toss on to first is in time. Shively retired for the first out of the ball game. And that brings up Carson Sims. Sims back in Tuesday's game, reached base twice, had an RBI single, and scored a couple of runs in that game. He did strike out against Reese Johnson, who pitched very well back on Tuesday. We'll talk about it a little bit later on, but Johnson pitched a complete game despite picking up the loss against Henley. Hornets bats never really got off the ground on Tuesday, and you heard them carry that sentiment just as much in the post-game interview that we did with Jacoby Tacchini, where he said he felt like the bats never really got going. So if Klamath Union's pitching can continue to keep this Hornets order in check, well, that's exactly what you want, and you got your ace out there here in the opening game of a doubleheader in P.J. Safford, who gets ahead of Carson Sims 0-2. Safford works quickly out there, delivers the 0-2 pitch, a bouncer to third, takes a hop on Johnson, winds up in left field. Sims stumbles, turning around first. He'll be stuck there. I feel like that would probably go in as a single for Sims. It took kind of an awkward hop on Johnson. He was looking to play that one low, and then it skipped in the dirt. But either way, Sims is aboard on first with one out, and here comes the aforementioned Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini on the season, batting .422, second on the team in batting average, entering play today. They take a check over at Sims at first. He's back safely. He was our Abby's legendary pizza player of the game last week. Hold on. The pitch or the throwback to Safford after the pickoff attempt was wild back to him. Sims almost able to advance to second, but then thought better of it. He'll stay at first. But Tacchini was 3 for 4 back on Tuesday, had a couple of RBI in that game. 3 singles, though, and on the season, second most on the team with 19 hits. The pitch home is going to be in the dirt. It gets the backstop. Sims advancing to second on the pitch. And the count will be 1-0, and now Jacoby Tacchini bats with a runner in scoring position. 15 RBI for him this year, is second most, only to the man who stands at second base right now, Carson Sims. Safford looking in, gets the sign in from Mesa Bravo. Now Safford set. We'll go around the diamond defensively for Klamath Union after the 1-0 pitch. It is hit to third again. Johnson plays this one cleanly. The throw to first takes the first baseman off the bag and winds up behind him. Tacchini burning around first. He'll wind up at second. Sims winds up at third after waiting to take the third base bag. So now 2 men in scoring position with 1 out. Max Price comes in to run for Tacchini, and it brings up Ian Meyer. And whereas the hit for Sims was maybe 50-50 on an error or not, this one certainly charging the error to Reese Johnson down at third, and now in steps Ian Meyer. 2 men on, 1 man out. First pitch swinging for Meyer, hits a line drive to right field, but it bends foul. Count is 0-1 to Meyer. Meyer, back in Tuesday's win, reached base 3 times, although he was only 1 for 2 in the ballgame. He singled in the first inning, and then in his next 2 at-bats was hit by a pitch, and then he walked. Otherwise, he struck out in that one. But an early RBI opportunity here to try to get to try to get Henley on the board, as that pitch is fouled off to Meyer. 0-2. Safford's a guy you want to try to get to early if you're Henley, so in a good spot to try to do it here. He becomes dangerous if he settles in, as Meyer takes an upstairs pitch, 1-2. I think that's a trait of most really good starting pitchers. So you try to put pressure on them in the first couple of innings, and so far Henley able to do it, and they load the bases as Meyer gets hit by a pitch, and that will bring up Derek Cox. And Coach Overstreet looking to make a case that was actually a foul ball that actually hit the end of Meyer's bat. So we're going to have a conversation with the umpires, although you rarely see happenings like this get overturned. As it stands right now, Myers aboard at first after being hit by a pitch in a 1-2 count. Want to make a note as they rule Meyer was hit by a pitch. He's safely there at first. Not any coverage on the radio today. Our coverage exclusively on mybasin.com this afternoon with the Cascade Collegiate Conference softball tournament going on up at Oregon Tech. Lady Owls in action right now over on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Bottom of the fifth inning, OIT leads College of Idaho 1-0. All right, here we are in a bases-loaded situation with one out, and in steps Derek Cox for the Henley Hornets. Golden opportunity for the sophomore here. Cox bats .333 on the season, pops up the first pitch out of play, and it is 0-1. They held Cox at bay back on Tuesday. He was 0 for 3 in the win against Klamath Union earlier in the week. It was a 5-1 Henley win. The 0-1 pitch nearly came in and got Derek, but able to take that one off the inside part of the plate. Count is even at 1. The corners playing in here for Klamath Union. Reese Johnson at third, Tilden Kaufman at short as that pitch is popped up foul, 1-2. Isaac Barrias plays second. Harrison Swaim at first. In the outfield from left to right, Donovan Jones, Nolan Baker, and Griffin Johnson. Count is 1-2 to Derek Cox. Corbin Hamilton on deck. Sims aboard at third. Price at second. Meyer at first. Good speed and scoring position, and don't sleep on Meyer's ability to get around the bases too, especially with how aggressive a lead he has over there at first. Cox swings and misses at an upstairs fastball. Goes down. Now 2 outs in the first inning. Safford going to try to strand the bases loaded, but a challenge looms in the right-handed batter's box in Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton this season a .396 hitter, takes a cut at the first pitch, and he comes up empty. The count is 0-1. Hamilton also 13 RBI on the season, 4 extra base hits, and 2 home runs. Safford dials back the velocity a bit and gets ahead of Hamilton 0-2. Safford working out of the windup. Here comes the 2-strike offering to Hamilton. It's popped up in the infield and playable. First baseman Swaim is going to be called off by the second baseman Barrias. He makes the catch, and that will end the inning. Safford able to strand the bases loaded. Hornets come up empty. We go to the bottom of the first next on mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Welcome back to Hornets baseball on mybasin.com. Still scoreless as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. Again, the recap of the starting lineup for you for Klamath Union. P.J. Safford, the leadoff hitter, followed by Isaac Barrias, the second baseman. Tilden Kaufman bats third. Harrison Swaim is hitting fourth. Reese Johnson bats fifth. Griffin Johnson hitting sixth. Luis Mesa Bravo is hitting seventh. Batting eighth is Nathan Ferns, and Donovan Jones bats ninth against Hunter Glidden. Making only his second start of the season. He carries a record of 1-1 on the year. 15 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 12 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 19. Good for an ERA right around 3.5. His last start was obviously his first start of the season. Really impressive stuff. 5 innings pitched against Phoenix. Got the win in that one. Only allowed 1 hit through those 5 innings and 1 walk as well. He struck out 6 batters. The key for Glidden today, it might seem redundant in saying this, as it's the ticket for every good outing, but throwing strikes and making sure that you can operate with the defense behind you is going to be key for Glidden today. He's got good stuff. It's just a matter of controlling it for him. And once he's able to do that, he becomes dangerous out there as he gets ready to settle in against P.J. Safford. Pitches mostly out of the stretch, does Hunter Glidden, as first pitch is called a strike, 0-1. Glidden, a sophomore, still a lot of room to grow as a player. Made a couple of appearances last year on the varsity team, spent most of the year down on the JV squad. The 0-1 pitch to P.J. Safford is called a strike, 0-2, but he did spend his summer with the Klamath Falls Falcons, and I've always said that if you're able to do that, you get a lot better for your high school season because, well, the only way to get better is to play people who are theoretically better than you, and Klamath Falls Falcons played a tough schedule last summer. It's the 0-2 pitch to Safford, lifted into the air, left field, moving over is Hoblet. He makes the catch, and there's one gone in the first inning. Defense for Henley, Jacoby Takini is catching, Derek Cox at third, Connor Shively at short, Carson Sims at second, and Ian Meyer is at first. In the outfield, Harley Hoblet in left, Ryan Douglas in center, and Corbin Hamilton in right. There's one out now for Isaac Barrias at the plate. The delivery from Glidden, the firm fastball misses off the outside part. The count is 1-0. Falcons, just to finish that thought, made it all the way to the Class A Northwest Regional at the end of last summer. As the 1-0 pitch in is going to miss outside 2-0. They wound up finishing runners-up in the highest tournament they could have played in. I mean, there is no World Series for single-A baseball, so the Northwest Regional was the pinnacle, and they finished runners-up. A great season last year, and Glidden was a big part of that pitching staff as he was able to find the zone there on the 2-0, trying to work back even against Barrias. Back on Tuesday, as we take a look at the line score for Isaac, he was 0 for 3 as he swings and misses at the 2-1 there. Now the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jacoby Takini offers up the sign to Glidden. He likes to keep pace out there as he's set and ready to work. The 2-2 pitch is in the dirt, but offered up at and missed. Takini with the drop third strike fires down to first in time. 2 gone in the bottom of the first inning. Brings up Tilden Kaufman. Kaufman this season for Klamath Union has been good with runners on base, has been able to drive in runs in the early parts of ball games quite often this season, leads the team in hitting, 343. First pitch to him, it's going to miss low, 1-0, but back on Tuesday, Kaufman was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Glidden comes set, trying to work back at a 1-0 count. Here's the offering. Kaufman's going to watch a knee-high fastball across the inside part of the plate, and the count is even at 1. 12 hits on the season for Kaufman. Leads the team in triples with 2 as the pitch is going to be called a strike. 1-2. The count to Kaufman. Also 7 RBI, 11 runs scored for him this year. Glidden looking in. Comes set, high leg kick for Glidden, and the delivery gets Kaufman looking at strike 2. I thought that was strike 2 on the pitch before. I must have misunderstood that. Now the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Glidden trying to find that put-away pitch against Kaufman. It's an inside fastball, and there it is. Kaufman down looking to end the first inning. We'll head to the second next. Still scoreless from beautiful Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls on mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Getting set now for the top of the second inning. Still a scoreless ball game from historic Kiger Stadium. P.J. Safford finishing up his warm-up tosses. Got to go through the bottom third of the Henley order. That'll be Cam Carpenter, Harley Hoblet, and Ryan Douglas. Safford did a great job of working out of a jam in the first inning, found himself with the bases loaded and 1 out, but was able to buckle down, got a strikeout, and then an infield pop-up to get himself out of that jam, hoping to avoid that situation altogether here in the second inning, but that had to build confidence for him, to say the least, as he settles in against the freshman Cam Carpenter. First pitch is going to miss inside, maybe a touch low as well. 1-0 to Carpenter. Wasn't in the lineup back on Tuesday as he hits a ground ball to third here. Up with it is Reese Johnson. Short hops the first baseman, and a good play by Swaim to pick that one out and record the out at first. 1 gone in the second inning, and it brings up Harley Hoblet. Hoblet this season hasn't had a ton of opportunity. In fact, before the plate appearance you're seeing right now, only one other plate appearance this season as he takes a pitch low and away, 1-0. Hoblet has been mostly used as a defensive player throughout this season. He's got good speed and can read fly balls in the outfield well as he takes a pitch outside there, maybe a touch low, 2-0. But when he's played defense, he's most often been designated hit for, but finds himself in the lineup today with Hunter Glidden, and so that's who they use the designated hitter for today, meaning, well, here's Harley Hoblet up at the plate. A 2-1 count to him here. He has been used as a courtesy runner at certain points this year. 6 runs scored for him, and in his only other plate appearance so far this year, he was walked. And right now in a 3-1 count, I'm sure he'd take one here. Safford working in a 3-1. Hoblet fouls it back, and the count is full. On deck for the Hornets is Ryan Douglas. All right. 3-2 count to Hoblet. Chokes up on the bat a bit. Safford delivers. This one is fisted in the air towards the right side of the infield. Swaim settles underneath it, tucks it away. 2 outs in the second inning. Douglas looking to get a 2-out rally started. He's seen the average jump up a little bit these last couple of games. Was right below 200 before league play started and has climbed up to 238 here since league play started. And, boy, he's really been an X factor. The series against Phoenix was quality, and then back on Tuesday was 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and an RBI. That's a good outing there for Douglas, who, again, is one of those guys who primarily a defensive specialist, but when he finds a rhythm up there, he could be dangerous. Here he shoots one down the line into left field. That's going to be picked up by Jones. Douglas, a huge turnaround first, but just a 2-out single for him here. And there you go. That average will climb up just a little bit more, and the Henley lineup turns over. It's Connor Shively. Shively 0 for 1 in this contest. He grounded out to second base to start the game. Douglas has got good wheels over there at first, so if Shively can send a ball in the gap, you might be looking at him getting aggressive over there. 325 down the right field line here at Kiger, 385 to straightaway center, and again 325 to left field. Shively puts one into the gap, left center field. Douglas turning around second, headed for third. It's misplayed in center field. Douglas gets sent, and he will score. Shively winds up at second after the error, and so it's 1-0 Henley in the top of the second inning. So to be a single for Shively, who advanced on the error. And you'd say Douglas scored on the error as well, as more than likely wouldn't have been sent had that not been mishandled in center. But regardless, here's Carson Sims. Now with the runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Modest lead off a second for Shively. The second baseman, Brias, trying to keep him there. Safford takes a look before delivering to Sims. That pitch misses up by his hands, and the count is 1-0. Like we said, Sims 1 for 1 in the game so far, left stranded at third base in the first inning. Hornets have got one across here and another one in scoring position. The 1-0 pitch on its way to Sims. Safford taking his time after coming set, now delivers home. Sims flares it foul the opposite way, and 1-1 is the count. Sims leading the team in hitting, 439 to start the year, 25 hits, most on the team. He's also got the second most doubles, and he leads the squad in RBI with 20. and also in runs scored with 24. Safford in a 1-1 count, up on the mound, checks on the runner, now motions home. Sims hits one into the air, right field, bending foul, and will wind up on the right field patio. Count is a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody on the right field. Well, there's one person on the right field patio, but it looks like most of the Henley parents are down on the left field patio. It's a good spot. Soaking in the sun here at Great Kiger Stadium. And like we said, it's a great day for it. 71 degrees. This is probably about as warm as we're going to get. The wind is blowing. 1-2 pitch to Sims. Nearly chased the outside fastball, but lays off there. 2-2. Jacoby Tacchini is on deck for Henley should the inning continue. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on second in a 1-0 ball game. Safford motions home. Sims, a bouncer down the third base side, is going to wind up foul. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Talked about it a little bit earlier. Not on the radio today, just on the website on mybasin.com because Oregon Tech softball is on 104.3 and 960 Sports. They're getting ready to start the top of the 7th inning, looking to close out a 1-0 win. That's what Oregon Tech's lead is right now as they begin the top of the 7th inning. 2-2 pitch to Sims. Line drive to second base, not caught by Barrias, and Sims is going to beat it out on the back end. That hit his glove and popped free. And now there are going to be runners at the corners for Jacoby Tacchini. An error extends the inning here for Henley, I suppose, and Tacchini stepping in now. Tacchini reached on an error his first time up. He was left stranded in scoring position, or I suppose his courtesy runner was left stranded in scoring position, but Tacchini does a great job of getting on base. Second best on base percentage on the team right now at .525. Pitch. Tacchini hits one into the air, down the right field line. It just bends foul. That would have almost certainly scored Sims. He was already halfway to third base by the time that one landed. But instead, it'll just be a long strike 1 to Jacoby Tacchini. Along with that .525 on-base percentage, Tacchini hitting .422 this season, 19 hits in 45 tries. 15 RBI for him this year, and standing at third is Connor Shively. Sims aboard at first. They try to move over to third. Sims is going to take off for second. No one was there to try to get him, and then they move over to get Shively, and he's safe as well. No one was there to cover the bag at second, and Sims got it for free. Now 2 men in scoring position for Jacoby Tacchini. Safford now able to work out of the windup. If there's any silver lining, it's where he's most comfortable. And they're going to say that pitch hit him in the jersey. And another hit batsman will load the bases for Ian Meyer. Going to have Max Price come in and run for Tacchini, as has been typical this season. And Ian Meyer, who was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, is getting ready to step in now with the bases loaded. Safford got 2 quick outs to start this inning, but a single from Douglas, followed by a single from Shively, and then an error followed by the hit batsman. Henley has scored 1 run already. Now they have the bases loaded. First pitch into Meyer, misses low, 1-0. The 1 run that has come in to score this inning, unearned against Safford, as would the rest of them be, but hold the thought right there. 1 hopper down the third base line. Johnson takes it himself to third base to end the inning. So again, Safford works himself out of a bases loaded jam, but a run does come in to score, this time on an RBI single from Connor Shively. The Hornets carry a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the second next on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Set for the bottom of the second inning on mybasin.com as the Hornets lead the Pelicans 1-0. Middle of the order due up for KU here. Harrison Swaim, Reese Johnson, and Griffin Johnson due up this half. Settling in now is Harrison Swaim. Take you back to Tuesday. Swaim was 1 for 3. He had a single in the first inning of that game. Otherwise, he struck out a pair of times. First pitch from Hunter Glidden is able to find the zone. He gets ahead 0-1. Glidden really rears back out of his stretch, his motion. You see him come set. He throws his throwing arm way back behind him before he's able to throw that pitch. You'll see a lot of guys try to hide that ball, but Glidden with a big delivery, and it works for him. Missed on that pitch. Now here's the 1-1 from Glidden. Good firm fastball over the heart of the plate. Gets ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes to Swaim. Settles back in. Now Glidden gets the sign from Tacchini. The pitch is tipped foul on the first base side, and the count remains 1-2. To go along with Swaim's single in the first game of this series is a .229 hitter this year for Klamath Union. Glidden set and motions home for the 1-2. He is going to miss off the plate outside. Tacchini was about to throw down to third, thinking that was strike 3, but I think that was probably an inch or 2 off the plate on the outside. Glidden's going to have to come back in with the 2-2, and does. He finds the outside corner with that one, and he sets down Swaim for the first out in the second inning. That'll bring up Reese Johnson. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the broadcast, but Reese Johnson pitched on Tuesday's contest between these two teams, and although he was stuck with the loss, a really impressive outing for Reese Johnson in that game as he takes a look at the first pitch from Hunter Glidden, gets ahead 1-0. He pitched 6 innings, gave up 8 hits, 4 earned runs, and he struck out 8 Hornets. And you know, just that line score in itself maybe doesn't jump off the page, but when you realize that he did it against the best scoring team in the 4A class, that makes it impressive. Striking out 8 of those batters, 108 pitches. I mean, it was a solid outing for him despite picking up the loss. The 2-0 is fouled off. The count is now 2-1 to Reese Johnson. And the order next is Griffin Johnson. Reese also a multi-sport athlete for KU. Basketball and football. In fact, the quarterback for the football team. Here's the 2-1. That one misses high and in. Count 3-1 to Reese Johnson. Getting the start at third base today, and on the season, bats .286 for KU. The 3-1 is going to miss low, and he works a walk. And KU has got their first base runner here in the bottom of the second inning. It brings up Griffin Johnson. Griffin Johnson, a good hitter here for KU, .333 on the year. He's got the second most hits on the team with 14, and he's tied for the team lead in doubles. He's got 3 of those, paces the bunch in RBI. Here, though, just trying to get on base. The tying run stands at first. Love to move him over and get on yourself as Tacchini comes out and has a discussion with Glidden. And although Tacchini, for his part, only a sophomore is Jacoby Tacchini, but despite that, I would argue that he brings a veteran presence behind home plate for the Hornets and realizes that Glidden might be getting out of his mechanics a little bit. That's maybe a side effect of having such a motion like he does with so many moving parts, is if one piece is just slightly off, the whole thing can become out of whack. But again, Takini recognizing that, going out to talk to his pitcher. Glidden bounces that one to the plate 2-0. But again, Takini, as only a sophomore, when he was between his 8th and 9th grade year, he played with the Klamath Falls Falcons. Obviously did last summer as well. So he's caught a ton of games from Hunter Glidden. And it's one of the great things that he's able to offer right there behind the plate. And you hope to get 2 more years out of him after this season, too. That's going to be great for Henley moving forward. 2 balls and a strike, the count to Griffin Johnson. Luis Mesa Bravo on deck for the Pels. 2-1 knee-high fastball on the outer third. I think Johnson might have thought a touch low, but regardless, called a strike. 2-2. Glidden takes a look over at first. Small lead off the bag for Johnson. Now the 2-2 home is going to miss off the outside corner. Count runs full. Takini tried to frame that one up, but not able to steal that one for his pitcher. Glidden trying to find the zone here. Double play in order. That's what the middle infield is playing for. The 3-2 pitch hit into the air. Looks playable for Sims at second. He's going to make the catch near the cut of the outfield grass for the second out. And here comes the Pels catcher. Bravo hitting 111 this season so far for KU. 4 RBI for him, although he does have 8 runs scored, which is towards the top of the team. But getting on base has been the hurdle to get over for him. 35% of the time is when he does that. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Count is 0-1. Nathan Ferns is on deck for KU should the inning continue. Henley leads 1-0, and we're in the bottom of the second inning. First of a doubleheader today from Kiger Stadium. Pitch in, a fastball over the heart of the plate. 0-2. The count to Luis Mesa Bravo. Glidden set, looking for a put-away pitch here. Kicks and delivers, elevates a fastball, gets a swing and a miss. Pelicans will leave one stranded, and they trail 1-0 as we go to the third next on mybasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Top of the third inning, nearly ready to get started today as the Henley Hornets lead the Klamath Union Pelicans 1-0. 5, 6, and 7 in the Henley order due up this half. That's Derek Cox, Corbin Hamilton, and Cam Carpenter against P.J. Safford. Gave up a run in the second inning, but was able to limit the bleeding. In the first 2 innings, Henley has left the bases loaded. 6 runners left on for Henley through the first 2. That's a number that you might see for the entire game. 6 runners left. Henley looking to capitalize a little bit more than they have through the first 2 frames. And Derek Cox looking to get the rally started. So far today, 0 for 1. He struck out in the first inning. First pitch to Derek here. He swings and misses at the inside pitch. Falls behind 0-1. Derek so far this season batting .333 for Henley. He, as a sophomore this season, has started most of the games for the Hornets. So he tips it back into the glove of the catcher, falls behind 0-2. That was the case when he was a freshman last year, too. Found himself in a starting role come league play, and numbers didn't exactly jump off the page last year, but was consistent enough to find himself with a role here as a sophomore, and has started a number of games at third base and second base this year for Henley. as the count is now even at 2. Oftentimes you look at a team like Henley that's ranked number 1 in the state, and you think, well, they've got a lot of seniors. And for Henley, they do have a couple of key seniors on their team, that being, Ryan Douglas, Connor Shively, and Ian Meyer. But I just named all the seniors on their team. A lot of this group is part of a key junior class, as Derek Cox takes a look at strike 3. He's down on strikes for the second time today. And for Safford, able to pick up his 3rd strikeout of the contest, and there's 1 out in the 3rd inning. Brings up Corbin Hamilton, one of those aforementioned seniors, but pitch is going to miss there. Like I said, most of this group, juniors, and a couple of key sophomores as well. Derek among those. Hayden Poore, who I would imagine we're going to see pitch in the nightcap tonight. Jacoby Takini, Hunter Glidden, who's got this start today. Those are all sophomores. And then, Corbin Hamilton, he's a junior. You've got Porter Frost, a junior. Max Price, mostly used as a courtesy runner this year, a junior, along with Carson Sims, also a junior. As that pitch misses in, and the count is now 2-1 to Corbin Hamilton. Again, Cam Carpenter on deck, and he's a freshman for this Hornets squad. 2-1 coming into Hamilton as he rips that one foul down the third base side. Count is 2-2 to Corbin Hamilton. Hornets the last couple of seasons making the state semifinal. Here's the 2-2 home to Hamilton. Safford goes with the changeup, gets Hamilton way out in front. Now there's 2 gone in the inning, and it brings up Cam Carpenter. Lost at home to Marist in 2024, lost on the road in 2025, looking to just get over that hurdle and try to make it back to the state championship game. And the feeling is that this Hornets team, although young, is good and just trying to continue to put together good baseball games and win any way you can. The 1-0 swung on and missed from Carpenter. Count is even at 1. A sign of a good team is winning baseball games in different ways, and so far the Hornets have shown me that this year. Safford shakes off the first couple of offerings from Mesa Bravo, now steps off, and well, of course, Henley is able to put a ton of runs up on the board and in some cases completely just blow other teams out of the water in that respect, as the 1-1 misses outside, 2-1. I mean, they've had wins of 14-0, 13-1, 14-6, 18-2, so on and so forth. But they've also had some real tight games, as a swing and a miss from Carpenter. Count is now 2-2. I think the game back on Tuesday against Klamath Union kind of classifies as we got to figure out how to win this game because the bats just weren't there, at least not in full swing, as the 2-2 fouled off. But the 10-9 win, a comeback against Phoenix. They had to play small ball to beat Junction City. 9-4 was the final there. But again, had to play small ball to come back and win that game. So 2-2 home, fouled off again by Cam Carpenter. You can see the evidence that this team can find different ways to win baseball games. And only 2 teams have had their number this year. That being back in the early part of the year. It's hold that thought. Cam Carpenter rolls one out to second base. Play is made to end the inning. We'll continue to talk about the Hornets season as we move along throughout the broadcast today. But right now, top of the 3rd inning, Henley leads 1-0. Bottom half next on mybasin.com.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan.
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Bottom of the 3rd inning as the 8-9-1 in Klamath Union's order, trying to get a rally started here against Hunter Glidden. It's Nathan Ferns, Donovan Jones, and P.J. Safford. Ferns entered in as the designated hitter. He is hitting in place of the center fielder today, Nolan Baker. On the season, Ferns batting .250. He's 10 for 40 on the year. Got 8 singles, 11 RBI for him on the season. But right now, the job to start the rally for KU as he falls behind on an outside fastball. Count is 0-1. Glidden ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch to Ferns. That one came in and got him right around the belt. And a leadoff base runner for Klamath Union as we start the bottom of the third inning. Ferns boosting that on-base percentage, came in at .434. And in steps Donovan Jones. Jones back on Tuesday was 0 for 2 in the ball game, but I will give him credit. Came away with a fantastic catch in left field in that game. He shows bunt here. It's pulled back in time. They try to back pick Ferns at first, but he's back safely. The count is 1-0 to Donovan Jones. It was a fly ball that was nearly to the foul barrier fence in left field. Had to run a long way to bring it in. Here he lays down a bunt. Glidden going to field it off the mound. Underhand toss to Meyer at first is in time. Jones successfully sacrificing himself to move Nathan Ferns into scoring position for the top of the order. P.J. Safford now due up with 1 out and a man in scoring position. PJ looking to help out his own cause here as the starting pitcher today for KU. Gave up 1 run in the top of the second inning and an opportunity to get it back here. So far in the game, PJ is 0 for 1. As Glidden comes set, takes a look at Ferns out there at second. Not much of a lead to speak of. The pitch into Safford will miss in 1-0. Henley infield on the overshift here. Meyer at first playing near the line. Sims playing deep at second. And Shively, the shortstop, playing pretty much parallel with the second base bag. The 1-0 to Safford. Misses outside. 2-0. Safford, again, is committed to play college baseball. He bats .341. Don't be entirely surprised if he doesn't get a great pitch to hit during this at-bat. Hornets might be trying to work around him with 1 out and first base open. But Safford takes a hack at a pitch anyway, gives it a ride to center field, but Douglas moves over and puts that one away. There are now 2 outs in the inning, and it brings up Isaac Barrias. He's 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first inning. Barrias batting .231 this season for KU. Trying to atone for the error he made on the defensive end in that second inning that didn't necessarily allow a run, but Safford had to work out of a bases-loaded situation. Would love to get that run back here. Pitch in. Called a strike on the outer third. 0-1 to Barrias. Tilden Kaufman is on deck should the inning continue. Ferns now taking a little bit more of an aggressive lead out there at second with Shively further back as the swing and a miss. Pardon me, it looked like that was actually fouled back. Count is 0-2 to Barrias. Outfield shifted slightly to the left. And playing in right field is Hamilton. Glidden set with the 0-2. Trying to leave the tying run stranded in scoring position, but Barrias sticks around as he fouls off that pitch, and the count remains 0-2. Takini takes a look over at the first base dugout, gets the signal from the pitching coach, delivers it to Glidden, but first, Barrias going to call time. Glidden steps off, and we will reset some things here. Ready to go now. An 0-2 count, tying run in scoring position, bottom of the third inning in this Skyline Conference matchup. Glidden with the pitch, and he got Barrias looking for the third out. Again, the Pelicans leave one stranded, this time in scoring position. They trail Henley 1-0 as we go to the fourth next on mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting set for the top of the fourth inning here from Kiger Stadium on mybasin.com. Game one of a doubleheader today between Henley and Klamath Union. Through 3 innings, the Hornets lead 1-0. 1 run comes on 3 hits for Henley. They've committed no errors, and they've left 6 runners on base so far. For Klamath Union, no runs, no hits, 2 errors. They've also left 2 runners on base so far in the contest. It'll be Harley Hoblet, Ryan Douglas, and Connor Shively due up this half for the Hornets as they look to expand on their slim 1-0 advantage. By the way, as a bunt shown by Hoblet, lays it down in front of the catcher. He's going to be foul, I believe. It came back up and it hit him. So the count is 0-1 to Hoblet. Wanted to report a final score for Oregon Tech. The Lady Owls softball team defeating College of Idaho 1-0 in the Cascade Conference Tournament. They'll be back in action tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. And they will play, I believe, the winner of the next game that's getting started here soon, featuring Eastern Oregon up there at Stillwell Stadium. The 0-1 pitch to Hoblet is hit into the air towards second base, and Boreas able to make the catch, and there's one gone in the fourth inning. Brings up Ryan Douglas. Let's go ahead and check up on some other high school games from around the basin. It looks like game 1 between Cross Point Christian and Lost River has concluded. Score I see is 14-5 in favor of Lost River. As in steps Ryan Douglas. He hits one into the air. Center field. Baker over to his right a couple of steps. Makes the catch. 2 gone. Brings up Connor Shively. Henley softball right now leading Klamath Union 9-5. And the game I'm interested in, Mazama taking on Phoenix today. Huge implications in the Skyline Conference, especially with the Vikings taking game 1 earlier this week. They're in the bottom of the third inning right now, tied at 1. Here, Henley leads 1-0. There's 2 outs in the top of the fourth inning, and Connor Shively watches a pitch go for strike 1. Here, he sends one on the ground to shortstop. Kaufman with a play in the gap. The throw on to first is not in time. A good defensive effort that time by Tilden Kaufman at shortstop, but Shively is able to beat out the infield single, and there's a runner on with 2 outs for Carson Sims. That puts Shively now 2 for 3 on the day. Sims has reached base twice, but he's 1 for 2. He singled in the first, reached on an error in the second. Hornets scored their run in the second after 2 quick outs. They were able to rally there. Looking for more of the same here as Sims gets ahead 1-0. Take you back to that inning. It was Douglas who, with 2 outs, singled, followed by a Shively single, which scored the run. Shively not a super aggressive lead off of first, about 3 steps, and he's leaning back towards the bag. Safford comes set with the 1-0, but Shively takes off. Sims hits one into the air. Center field playable for Baker. Has to come in a couple of steps, but able to make the catch and end the inning. The Hornets get a base hit, but they leave him stranded. They carry a 1-run lead to the bottom of the fourth inning on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
1-0 the score as Henley leads Klamath Union bottom of the 4th inning. Due up this half for the Pelicans, Tilden Kaufman, Harrison Swaim, and Reese Johnson. That's 3, 4, and 5 in the Pelicans order. Hunter Glidden has thrown well so far. He got himself into a little bit of a jam in the last inning with a runner in scoring position, but was able to work himself out of it. So far today as well, 5 strikeouts. So throwing well for the young Hunter Glidden. And Tilden Kaufman, his first task here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kaufman was one of those strikeout casualties from back in the first inning. Here he fouls one straight back, and the count is 0-1. Kaufman getting the start at shortstop today. Gave a good effort on a ball that wound up as an infield single in the last inning, but had to range over in the gap, and it was a good effort. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Kaufman. That one's a ground ball to first. Meyer knocks it down. He's going to win the foot race to the first base bag. And there's one gone in the 4th inning. Good job there by Meyer, realizing that the bounce may not be as true as it is back at home. So he pretty much did his best impression of a catcher to just knock that one down and able to take it to first for the easy first out in the 4th inning, bringing up Harrison Swaim. Swaim 0 for 1 in this one. He struck out to start the 2nd inning. Here he takes a pitch upstairs, 1-0. Swaim, a .229 hitter to start the season for KU. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one is called a strike, 1-1. We were talking at length about Henley's season so far earlier in the broadcast. I want to touch a little bit on KU here. They've been a real streaky team this year. The 1-1 swung on and missed. Count is 1-2. They won their first game of the season with a huge exclamation point, 32-1 against St. Mary's. That was back on March 16th. Here's the 1-2 pitch home. It's a ground ball foul. Count remains 1-2. After that opening win, though, they would go on to lose 5 of their next 6 ball games before breaking off 5 straight wins against teams like Rogue River, Lakeview, and Cottage Grove. But since the start of league play, Klamath Union is 0-4 with a series loss to Hidden Valley, 3 straight games there to go along with the loss back on Tuesday to Henley. Count still 1-2 to Harrison Swaim. Reese Johnson on deck for Klamath Union. Glidden delivers. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and down goes Swaim for the 2nd out in the 4th inning. Reese Johnson walked his first time up. He was left stranded in the 2nd inning. Up next for Klamath Union after this series with Henley concludes, it'll be the Phoenix Pirates who come to town on Tuesday. That pitch misses upstairs, 1-0. Skyline Conference shaping up to be real interesting this year. To the surprise of very few, it's fairly top-heavy with Henley and Hidden Valley at the top of the conference. But that race for 3rd place becomes real interesting, especially when you consider where everybody is ranked. Klamath Union number 18, Mazama number 14, Phoenix number 9. The 2-0 pitch will miss low, 3-0. Only the top 2 teams get automatic bids to the state playoffs, but 4 of the number 3 teams from around the state get bids as well, and that's due to your state ranking. So if you finish within the top 16 in the state ranking, you have a chance to still get a berth to the playoffs. And a 4-pitch walk delivered to Reese Johnson brings up Griffin Johnson. And again, all 3 other teams in the Skyline Conference kind of flirting around that 16 spot. Phoenix is in a good place. Again, Mazama 14, Klamath Union 18. So these games, that race for 3rd place is going to be really tight and really interesting this year in the Skyline Conference. Small lead off of first for Reese Johnson. The pitch home bounces to the plate, skips by Takini, and that'll allow Reese Johnson to advance to 2nd. Glidden pulled that pitch into the dirt. I don't even know if it made it to the dirt when it hopped. I think it hit the grass. Count is 1-0 to Griffin Johnson. Tying run in scoring position for Johnson. And they've got the right guy up. He's the team leader in RBI, 12 on the season. The 1-0 pitch fouled off. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Klamath Union still looking for their first hit today, although they have put a couple of guys in scoring position. And we'll hold on for just a moment as we've got a meeting from the pitching coach, Craig Connor. Let's go ahead and check in on the pitch count here for Klamath Union, for Henley and Hunter Glidden. I don't think we're going to see a pitching change yet. Again, just trying to make sure that Glidden has some control. That was only his 56th pitch, and I would imagine they're going to let him go with no league games scheduled for next week. For Henley, it's their kind of alternate off week with an uneven amount of teams in the Skyline Conference. They do have some games scheduled, though. They'll be at home on Tuesday against Cascade Christian, one of two teams that have beat them so far this year, trying to get some revenge against the Challengers next week. And then they've got a home-and-home with Ashland on the road on Thursday and back at home on Saturday. Count is 1-1 to Griffin Johnson. In scoring position is Reese Johnson at second. He reached after walking and advancing on a wild pitch. And I think we're ready to go. Home plate umpire's got to get his mask on, but now we're all set. Johnson 0 for 1 in this game, but Pelicans hoping their team leader and RBI can come up in a big spot here midway through this Skyline Conference game. The 1-1 pitch is offered up at and missed. Count is a ball and 2 strikes. Now to Griffin Johnson. Luis Mesa Bravo's on deck if the inning continues. Glidden gets the sign in from Takini. Takini waits to give the target. Now sets up outside, and the pitch is fouled off by Griffin Johnson. Just barely got a piece of it. Looked to be a breaking pitch of some variety from Glidden. Just got a piece of the top of that one. Count is still 1-2 to Johnson at the plate. Glidden looks in, comes set, and the pitch. That one nearly came in and hit him. 2-2. An elevated fastball after going low and away on the breaking pitch. And although the count is even at 2-2, you mixed up speed and locations well for Glidden. You got a lot of options to go to here on a 2-2 pitch. He's going to go outside with a breaking pitch. Gets a swing and a miss. Takini up with the dropped third strike. Fires on to first in time. And that will end the inning. The Pelicans once again get the tying run in scoring position, but they leave them there, and they trail 1-0 as we go to the 5th on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
Top of the 5th inning, ready to get going here in a 1-0 ball game. Henley leading Klamath Union here at Kiger Stadium. PJ Safford working into his 5th inning of this start. Let's go ahead and check on the line score for him through 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, and 3 strikeouts for him on 64 pitches. He's thrown well today. He's thrown well all season, really, for Klamath Union. For Hunter Glidden, through his first 4 innings, no hits, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts for Glidden on 61 pitches. So these guys have been dueling out there. The only run for Henley coming back in the 2nd inning, and it was with 2 outs, back-to-back singles allowed the Hornets to score. Just were able to capitalize in some good base running there, but It's been a real pitcher's duel today at Kiger Stadium. Frankly, the kind of baseball that I enjoy. As Safford gets ahead of the first task this inning, it's Jacoby Takini, followed by Ian Meyer, and then Derek Cox. That's 3, 4, and 5 in the Hornets order. Takini has reached base both times today, once on an error, once on a hit by pitch. Here he lifts one sky high to center field. Baker comes in, makes the catch, 1 out in the 5th. Here's Ian Meyer. Was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, and then he grounded into a fielder's choice in the second inning. Safford motions home to Meyer. Uses a curveball. Might have been a slider. Regardless, it was low to Meyer. The count is 1-0. Again, Derek Cox waits on deck. 1-0 pitch to Meyer. Hit down the third base side. Foul, just barely. Good call there by the home plate umpire to see down the line there. That was a close one, but I think he got it right there. Ball and a strike. The count to Meyer. There's a bit of controversy. I think was it a Major League Baseball game? Might have been the San Diego Padres, where it was a slow roller down the third base side. Third baseman tried his best to let it go foul, but since the ball is a sphere, it was still technically over the line. It had been causing a lot of controversy and conversation in the big league level. Don't think we'd get the same type of conversation here at Kiger Stadium, but that's a tough call to make. 1-2, hit to right field, through on the ground, and a one-out single for Ian Meyer will bring up Derek Cox with a runner on. That's the first base runner for Henley, save for Connor Shively in 2 innings. 4th hit of the day for Henley, and in steps Derek Cox. Cox 0 for 2 in this game. He has struck out in each of his first 2 plate appearances. Big gap on the right side of the infield as Cox takes a pitch low, 1-0. The first baseman Swaim trying to hold the runner Meyer at first. And Barrios cheating over for the double play. Playing real close to the second base bag. Safford behind in the count, 1-0. Now the pitch bounces to the plate. Taking off for second is Meyer. He will get in there safely, and the throw winds up in center field. Baker is there to back up the throw, so Meyer will hit pause at second base. But he is in scoring position with 1 out in the inning and a 2-0 count to Derek Cox. He's been good in these spots this year. 16 RBI, second most on the team entering play today. He's also got 2 home runs this year. 2-0 pitch on the way to Derek. Watches a waist-high fastball across the inner third. And the count is now 2-1 to the Henley third baseman. Corbin Hamilton is on deck for the Hornets. Shortstop Kaufman trying to make Meyer aware of his presence back there. Safford checks on the runner before delivering home. 2-1, hit into the air, left field. Jones going back. He makes the catch for the out. And there are 2 gone in the 5th inning. Corbin Hamilton, a chance to try to drive in some insurance here in the 5th inning. He's 0 for 2, though, in this game. He popped out to second base in the first inning, and he struck out in the 3rd. Hornets have already left 4 men in scoring position today. Safford trying to add another. Pitch into Hamilton will miss in 1-0. Remember, in the first 2 innings of this game, the Hornets loaded the bases, but have only come away with 1 run in doing so. Since then, base runners have been hard to come by against P.J. Safford. The 1-0 pitch in. Hamilton offers up and misses at that one. 1-1. Kind of goes back to what I said at the beginning of the game. You want to try to capitalize against Safford early. Henley had their chances, but you worry you might not get too many more of them. This is a golden one here. 1-1 the count to Hamilton. Runner in scoring position is Meyer. Hamilton swings underneath that pitch. Count is 1-2. Gonna rush off home plate. And then we'll be ready for a 2-strike count against Henley's Corbin Hamilton with Cam Carpenter on deck if the inning continues. Set is Safford. Brias, the second baseman, trying to keep the runner out there. Meyer honest. Hamilton hits one hard. Left center field gap. That's going to get down, and it'll be extra bases. One hops the wall. Meyer scores, and Hamilton pulls up to second standing. An RBI double for Corbin, and the Hornets lead 2-0. First extra base hit of the game for either team, and it gets the Hornets a run. For Hamilton, his 4th double of the season and his 14th RBI. And a 2-0 ball game now as Cam Carpenter gets an opportunity to keep it rolling right along. As he settles in, he's 0 for 2 today. Couple of groundouts in the second and third innings. Hamilton's got decent speed out there at second. Safford takes a look at him, probably not in a stealing situation, but want to try to keep him close to the bag. Don't let him get too much of a jump as he fires in a strike to Carpenter. Outfield playing relatively deep, especially to the left side. Jones playing deep back there. Now the pitch in to Carpenter will be low. Count is even, and a ball and a strike. Carpenter, a .280 hitter this year for Henley, 6 runs batted in. Has a wide batting stance and a big leg kick when he settles up. As that pitch misses outside, squirts away from the catcher. The throw down to third to try to get Hamilton. It's going to be off the bag. Johnson able to knock it down so it doesn't cause too much damage. But still, a run now 90 feet away from scoring and a 2-1 count to Cam Carpenter. Safford out of the windup. Here's the pitch. Waved at and missed. 2-2. Harley Hoblet waits on deck for the Hornets. Safford working quickly. The 2-2 fouled back. Count remains. Carpenter widens out his stance in a 2-strike count, trying to eliminate possibly that big leg kick in his swing to just get the barrel to the ball. The 2-2 misses outside. Count is 3-2 and sort of just pivots that foot in a 2-strike count. Safford agreeable with the sign from Mesa Bravo. Now the 3-2 on its way is going to be swung on and missed. Carpenter checked his swing, but he went around, and Safford able to leave a man stranded at third base. But the Hornets do score one on a couple of base hits, an RBI double from Corbin Hamilton, and they lead by a pair as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning on mybasin.com.
Hi, I'm Jill with Klamath Falls Honda. If you live in Southern Oregon, you know the weather can keep you guessing. 1 minute it can be sunny, and the next something like this. That's why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline just make sense. With available all-wheel drive and the capability to handle whatever rolls in, you're ready for it. And customers like Rob are ready too.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
So whether it's sunshine or snow, stop by and say hi. We'll keep you safe on the road.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local community engaged.
Getting set for the bottom of the 5th inning, a Hornets 2-0 lead. As due up this half for Klamath Union, Luis Mesa Bravo, Nathan Ferns, and Donovan Jones. That's the bottom third of the order. Try to get something going here against Hunter Glidden, who's been throwing real well today. And over his past couple of games as well. As that one has popped up to Luis Mesa Bravo. The count is 0-1. I don't want to put any hijinks out there, but Hunter Glidden hasn't allowed a hit, or he's allowed, one hit in his last 10 2/3 innings pitched. Just one hit. He has been throwing well as of late and carrying on a good start here against the Pels, working with a 2-run lead. He gets ahead of Luis Mesa Bravo 0-2. The catcher for KU is 0-1 in this contest. He struck out back in the second inning. Glidden with the 0-2 pitch, misses inside. Count is 1-2 now. And we'll do it again. Glidden comes set again, mostly works out of the stretch. And the 1-2 in. He pulls the string on a changeup, gets the hitter to chase, drop third strike, and they get him. One gone in the 5th inning. Eighth strikeout today for Glidden. And that brings up Nathan Ferns. Ferns was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance, was left stranded in scoring position. That was back in the 3rd inning. Here he bats with 1 out in the 5th. Glidden with the delivery. He watches that one miss low and away, 1-0. Mentioned it earlier, but Ferns is the designated hitter today, hitting in place of the center fielder Nolan Baker. 1-0 pitch, a knee-high fastball, taken for a strike. Count is even at 1. Ferns batting .250 on the year for KU. He chases a pitch out of the zone there and falls behind 1-2. After Ferns in the order, Donovan Jones waits on deck. Glidden ready to deliver with the 1-2. Gets another swing and a miss, another dropped third strike, and another put out at first. 2 outs here in the 5th inning. In steps Donovan Jones. 0 for 1 in this game so far. Actually, I take that back. He's without an at-bat. He laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 3rd inning. Here he swings and misses at a fastball over the plate. The count is 0-1. Top of the order due up next for KU if Jones is able to reach base. The 0-1 offered up at and missed. Count is 0-2. Glidden looking to strike out the side here. Pitch on the way. And he does just that. 3 up, 3 down in the 5th inning. And Henley carries a 2-0 lead to the 6th next on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set for the top of the 6th inning in a 2-0 ball game in which the Hornets lead the Klamath Union Pelicans. Today for Henley, 2 runs comes on 6 hits. They've committed no errors, and they have left 8 runners on base. For Klamath Union, no runs, no hits, 2 errors. They have left 3 runners on base so far. As we get set for the top of the 6th inning today, Harley Hoblet, Ryan Douglas, and Connor Shively do up, although hold that. It looks like Chase Barrett going to be hitting in place of Harley Hoblet here in the 6th inning. And I would imagine that Barrett takes over defensively in left, too. That's the position he typically calls home. P.J. Safford has pitched well. We'll take a look at the line score for him specifically here in just a moment as we get back our scoreboard there on your screen on mybasin.com. And home plate umpire making the changes, allowing Barrett to come into the game. Safford threw 5 innings pitched, allowed those 6 hits, 2 runs, each of them earned. He hasn't yet walked a batter. That's key. And he's also struck out 4, and they've come in pretty big spots as well to try to help him get out of a couple of jams. He's left 8 Hornets on base today. And, well, typically you don't want to allow that many guys around the horn the whole time, but a couple of errors have plagued the Pelicans so far in this game. Safford hasn't let it get out of hand so far as that pitch finds the inside corner to Barrett. And Safford uses it to get ahead 0-1. For the sake of Harley Hoblet, who has exited the game to allow Barrett to hit here in the 8-hole, Hoblet was 0 for 2. A couple of flyouts in the infield in his first 2 plate appearances. Right now the count is 0-2 to Barrett. Safford rears back with the 0-2 and misses outside. And the count is now a ball and 2 strikes to Barrett. Chase Patton, .312 so far this season, gets on base about 55% of the time. Right now behind in the count 0-2. Safford out of the windup, and Barrett chases strike 3. It's a drop third strike, but the throw down to first is there, and Barrett is down on strikes for the first out in the 6th inning. Back-to-back Ks for Safford dating back to the 5th inning, and in steps Ryan Douglas. Douglas so far in this game 1 for 2. He scored a run back in the 2nd inning after reaching on a single. Otherwise, he flew out to center field. That was in the 4th inning. Now with 1 out, bats with the bases empty. Safford's pitch misses outside, 1-0. That was, I believe, Safford's 85th pitch of the contest there. As the 86th produces a swing and a miss from Douglas. 1-1 to the Henley center fielder. Connor Shively is on deck for Henley. Safford working his brisk pace out there. The 1-1 hit into the air, left field. Looks playable for Jones. He's going to come in, call off Tilden Kaufman, who ranged way back there. Good job there by Jones to take command of that play and make the sure thing out. Now there's 2 outs in the 6th. Here is Connor Shively, 2 for 3 in the ball game today with an RBI in the 2nd inning. Batting from the left side here against P.J. Safford. See where P.J. goes here on the first pitch. It is, I think, fouled off by Shively. Count is 0-1. Hornets and Pelicans also meeting up on the softball diamond over at Conger Elementary School today as we check on the score there. After this pitch to Shively misses. Count is 1-1. They're in the top of the 5th inning. And Henley in control, 15-5 against Klamath Union in Game 1 of a doubleheader there. That game also being broadcast on mybasin.com. Shively, a line drive past Kaufman at short, and a 2-out single for Connor Shively. That makes him 3 for 4 today, and he extends this 6th inning, allowing Carson Sims a chance to bat now. The throw into the infield is a wild one. Shively able to advance to second. And now an RBI opportunity for Sims. Those are the things that come back to bite KU. Safford, for his part on the mound, has been able to limit the damage from situations like that. But a single, then the error allows Shively to advance. Sims is 1 for 3 today. He singled in the first, has since reached on an error and flown out. The pitch in. First pitch swing and a ground ball winds up in left field, a single. They're waving in Shively. The throw from Jones in left is over the head of the catcher. Shively dives in safely. And an RBI single for Carson Sims. He advances on the throw. And that'll bring up Jacoby Takini in a now 3-0 ball game. And that's how quickly it can happen. You get 2 outs in an inning and then a single that you think Shively should have been able to stay at first base, but a tough throw puts him in scoring position, and then a ground ball single scores him. And now in steps Jacoby Takini. Takini is without a hit yet today, and he will stay that way at least for now as they intentionally walk him to put a force at any base as Ian Meyer gets ready to step in now. Max Price in as the courtesy runner over at first. Meyer is 1 for 2 today, and he's reached base 2 times. He was hit by a pitch in the first, grounded into a fielder's choice in the second, and then singled and would later score in the 5th inning. Right now the Hornets with a 3-0 advantage. 2 men on, 2 men out. Top of the 6th. Pitch from Safford. It's looked at for a strike by Ian Meyer. Count is now 0-1. Sims at second, Price at first. Already 1 run home this half inning for the Hornets. Sims a modest lead off a second, although he really gets aggressive on the secondary. Here's the pitch in, and that one is going to be called a strike over the heart of the plate, about knee-high to Meyer as he falls behind 0-2. Derek Cox is on deck for the Hornets, hoping to get a chance with a couple of men on base here in the 6th inning. That's going to require a good two-strike approach here from Ian Meyer. Safford set. Here's the 0-2. That one bounces to the plate, and that will allow both runners to advance on the wild pitch. Count is now 1-2 with Sims at third and Douglas at second. And we've got Coach Mike Overstreet out of the dugout here. I think just wanted to make sure home plate umpire is okay. I think that one came up, skipped up, and got him. And so want to make sure everyone is all right down there. A 2-umpire crew today from the Klamath Falls Umpires Association. We're always looking for new umpires in baseball and softball, or officials in football and basketball and tennis and volleyball and all the sports. If you want to become an athletic official, earn a bit of money, stay in shape, give back to a sport you love, visit osaa.org/officials. 1-2 pitch, misses outside, 2-2. First base is open now after the wild pitch allowed 2 men to advance. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Ian Meyer. Hits one over the head of the third baseman, down for a hit in left field. 1 run scores, Price around third. He's in as well. A 2 RBI single for Ian Meyer makes it 5-0 Henley. Good 2-strike piece of hitting there for Ian Meyer. An inside fastball, hit it up above his hands. Not even a full barrel on that one, but just enough to push it over the head of Johnson into left field for a 2 RBI single. Meyer is now 2 for 3 on the day, and it brings up Derek Cox. Cox 0 for 3 today. He has struck out twice and flown out once. First pitch to him, called a strike. Knee-high fastball, falls behind 0-1. And for Ian, those RBIs number 14 and 15 for him this year. Small lead off of first. In fact, as Safford comes set, Meyer takes a half step back towards the base as the 0-1 is an inside fastball, called a strike against Derek. Good location there from Safford. Corbin Hamilton on deck, hoping for a chance here. Safford looks in, working out of the stretch. Takes a look at Meyer at first. Not much to speak of there. The 0-2 pitch home to Derek Cox. He fights it off foul. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Derek with a .333 batting average, .431 on-base percentage. Again, just trying to keep this inning rolling quite along. Henley already 3 runs home in this 6th inning. The pitch in to Derek Cox. He takes a look at a pitch close, just missed outside, and the count is 1-2. Coach Sean Teeters down the third base side, offering up some signals to Derek in the batter's box. He steps back in, chokes up a bit in a 2-strike count. 1-2, move over to first, and Meyer's back safely. It was 2 quick outs in the inning, followed by back-to-back singles, a walk, and another single that allowed Henley to score these 3 runs. The 1-2 pitch, runner on the move, but Cox swings and misses, and that will end the inning. Hornets, like we said, 3 runs on 3 hits, and they leave a man stranded. And we'll head to the bottom half of the 6th next in a 5-0 ball game on mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com, or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Nearly set for the start of the bottom of the 6th inning today from Kiger Stadium. It's a little bit breezy out here in the basin. Still warm, though, as the clouds have sort of cascaded the sun here for a moment. 71 degrees is what it reads on the weather app, but it says feels like 65. I feel like that's an apt reading with a little bit of a breeze going on and the sun not shining directly on the field. But the Pelicans down 5-0. They're looking to get a rally started here with the top of their order, starting with P.J. Safford. Sends a bouncer up the middle. Shively playing up the middle. Throw on to first is in time. Hornets playing in the overshift there, and Safford hits right into it. One gone in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brings up Isaac Boreas. He's 0 for 2 today. Couple of strikeouts against Hunter Glidden today. Take a look at the line score here for Hunter Glidden in just a moment. After this first pitch to Boreas. That one bounces to the plate. 1-0. Glidden 5 1/3 innings pitched right now. 10 strikeouts. He's walked 2, and he's yet to allow a hit. Pitch to Boreas is called a strike. Count is even now, 1-1 to the Pelicans' second baseman. Tilden Kaufman is on deck for Klamath Union. The 1-1. That one nearly came in and got him. Did it? Yes, it did. Home plate umpire says it did, and so Boreas is aboard. That's the second hit batsman surrendered today by Glidden. He's hit 2 and walked 2. That's the only way Klamath Union has found themselves with runners on base so far today. Tilden Kaufman stepping in now. He's 0 for 2 in this one. He struck out and grounded out in his first 2 plate appearances. Pitch from Glidden. That one's a knee-high curveball. Might have been a slider, off speed of some variety. Called a strike. 0-1 to Tilden Kaufman. Glidden said once more, and the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Count 0-2. Tilden Kaufman chokes up at a 2-strike count, chokes way up, looking to shorten up his swing here. Pitch from Glidden. He tries to go outside, but he misses outside, and the count is 1-2. We'll check in on some other scores concerning some Klamath Basin teams after this 1-2 pitch to Tilden Kaufman is hit into the air, right side foul. Count remains 1-2. Taking a look at some softball real quick as the Hornets challenging the Pelicans on the road. Top of the 5th inning, Hornets continuing to rally. They now lead 19-5 over Klamath Union. 1-2 pitch. Called a strike against Kaufman, checked his swing, but I think it was called a strike anyway. 2 gone in the 6th inning as Boreas stays stranded at first. Mazama leading Phoenix right now in baseball. The score there is 3-2, top of the 6th inning. And the Vikings lead the Pirates. One final score from earlier today, Lost River defeating Cross Point Christian 19-5. And they just started their second of a doubleheader today, still scoreless from Cross Point Christian School. Count is 0-1 to Harrison Swaim. The pitch is hit into the air. Center field, Ryan Douglas racing in, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. Pelicans leave one stranded, come up empty as we go to the 7th inning, and they are still without a run. 5-0 Hornets lead. Back with more next on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
Nearly set for the top of the 7th inning. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the Henley order due up as they try to add some insurance. Already up 5-0 against the Klamath Union Pelicans. In the first of 2 today, a doubleheader from Kiger Stadium. Second game will start, I would imagine, 20 or so minutes after the conclusion of this one. It's a scheduled 5 o'clock start, although I don't know if there's been a single time we've started the back end of a doubleheader on time in the Skyline Conference. That's just don't often make the game in 2 hours, but I'm thinking probably a 5:20 or so start for that one, as first 2 pitches to Hamilton off speed. He falls behind 0-2. So far in the ball game, he is 1 for 3. Flew out and struck out in his first 2 times up, but he added an RBI double in the 5th inning. Here he is leading off the 7th, but again behind 0-2. Pitch to Hamilton. Hit into the air, right side of the infield, looks playable for Swaim. In foul territory, he makes the catch, 1 gone. Cam Carpenter getting ready to step in now for Henley, but first it looks like we are going to have a pitching change for Klamath Union. Let's see, I think, yep, that is pitch count related. That's 109 pitches for P.J. Safford. Theoretically, he could finish this batter, but would have to be changed on the next one anyway, so they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger right now, and a pitching change for Klamath Union will cause us to step aside. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time in the top of a 7th inning of a 5-0 ball game on mybasin.com.
Hi, I'm Jill with Klamath Falls Honda. If you live in Southern Oregon, you know the weather can keep you guessing. 1 minute it can be sunny, and the next something like this. That's why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline just make sense. With available all-wheel drive and the capability to handle whatever rolls in, you're ready for it. And customers like Rob are ready too.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
So whether it's sunshine or snow, stop by and say hi. We'll keep you safe on the road.
At Gino's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
Welcome back to live action here at Kiger Stadium. We resume this one at the top of the 7th inning and a 1-1 count to Cam Carpenter. And the new man on the mound for Klamath Union, the right-hander Isaac Boreas. Carpenter lifts one into the air, shallow center field. Tilden Kaufman going to move over and make the catch for the second out of the inning. Want to give you a quick look at Isaac Boreas now 1 2/3 innings pitched. This is his third appearance on the season. He's given up 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts yet for him. Again, a real small sample size, but he does record an out on the first man he faces in the person of Cam Carpenter. Now he gets things started with a foul ball against Harley Hoblet. The count is 0-1. Defensive changes for Klamath Union. P.J. Safford sticks around into the game. He will play shortstop. Tilden Kaufman moves from shortstop to second base to take over for Isaac Barrias. As the pitch in misses outside, 1-1. Otherwise, in the infield for Klamath Union, it's still Reese Johnson at third and Harrison Swaim at first. Jones in left, Baker in center, and Griffin Johnson in right field with Luis Mesa Bravo behind the dish. 2-1 the count to Harley Hoblet. He's 0 for 2 today. He's flown out a pair of times. And there's 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And the pitch is going to miss low and away. 3-1. Ryan Douglas on deck for Henley if he gets a chance to hit here. Working out of the windup is Barrias. And the pitch over the heart of the plate, called a strike, and the count is full to the Henley left fielder. Hoblet still looking for his first hit of the season. Here's the pitch. He won't find it here. Instead, he'll take a walk. With 2 outs, he's aboard at first. Now for Ryan Douglas. Although Hoblet doesn't have a hit yet this year, that is the second time he's worked his way aboard via the walk. Douglas 1 for 3 today. He singled in his first at-bat back in the second inning. He would come in and score then, since he has flown out to center and flown out to left. First pitch winds up behind him. Will go to the backstop, and Hoblet's going to advance to second on the wild pitch. 1-0, the count to Ryan Douglas. Connor Shively waits on deck for the Hornets, hoping for a chance this half inning. If you're curious for Klamath Union, who's due up, Reese Johnson, Griffin Johnson, and Luis Mesa Bravo. The 1-0 in, swung on and missed by Douglas. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Different look here for Barrias than it was for Safford. Dialing back the velocity a little bit, and for Douglas, who's seen Safford 3 times already today, going to be an adjustment for a little bit of a lower velocity. Step off a second, and back safely is Hoblet. And there's certainly something to it. You know, Safford throws hard, provides some pop. Barrias dialing back that a little bit, and you saw on that last pitch that Douglas was pretty far out in front of a pitch over the middle of the plate. And here he takes an inside fastball. Count is 1-2. Now he's going to have to protect. Try to make some contact. And again, a runner in scoring position, a 5-0 ball game, but every run helps. Hoblet on the move. The pitch is swung on and missed, but it's in the dirt. It skips away from the catcher, and Douglas is going to reach on the drop third strike. Puts men at the corners for Connor Shively. Shively is 3 for 4 today with an RBI and a run scored. He singled in a run in the second, and then singled and would score a run in the 6th. Hornets up by 5, 2 outs in the 7th inning. We'll see if they've got anything going on with Douglas at first, although I doubt it. Here's the pitch in to Shively. First pitch taken. Douglas on a delayed steal. They'll give it to him. 2 men in scoring position. And again, that was called a ball on the inside. 1-0. Pitch to Shively now with 2 men in scoring position. Finds the outside corner. Count is even. Shively 7 RBI this season. The 1-1. Shively rips one down the first baseline fair. That's going to score 2, and we'll see how far Shively gets. Rolls all the way down the line. Shively burning around second. He will get in safely at third. A 2 RBI triple for Connor Shively. It's now 7-0 Hornets. 3 RBI on the day for Connor Shively. He is having an outstanding afternoon so far. Carson Sims looking to keep the rally going with his team up by 7. The pitch is hit weakly in the air to first base. Swaim able to put it away for the out, but not before the Hornets score 2 on that RBI triple from Connor Shively. They've got a 7-run lead going into the bottom of the 7th, and we'll be back with more Hornets baseball on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
Getting set for the bottom of the 7th inning, and we've got a new pitcher on the mound for the Henley Hornets. It'll be the right-hander Ty Teeters. And so far on the season for Teeters, this is his 6th appearance. They've all been in relief this year. 11 2/3 innings pitched. He's without a win or a loss, although he does have a save. He's given up 11 hits, 7 runs. They're all earned, 13 strikeouts, and an ERA of about 4.2 for Ty Teeters this season. He's coming in relief of Hunter Glidden, who I'll give you the final line score here in just a moment. A really great start for Glidden. 6 innings pitched, no hits. He struck out 11 batters on 83 pitches. And Teeters trying to close this one out. And we've got a meeting on the mound. There is a situation in the crowd down here on the left side. Now we've got the umpire going over there. I'm not entirely sure what happened, and I don't want to speculate, but we might be hitting pause on this baseball game for just a moment. It looked like we were ready to get started, although now I'm not entirely certain. Let's see. Takini leaving the mound. Home plate umpire coming back. The infielders look like they are returning to their normal spot too, and I think we're about ready to play some baseball here at Kiger Stadium. Again, resetting things for you. Bottom of the 7th inning. It is a 7-0 Henley lead, and Ty Teeters in to close things out. Not a save opportunity here, but a chance to try and secure a Hornets victory. It's Reese Johnson, Griffin Johnson, and Luis Mesa Bravo, the 3 due up this half for the Pels. All right. We are ready to go. The pitch on the way from Teeters, lined right back at him, and he's able to put that one away for the out. Quick reaction there for Ty Teeters. 1 gone in the 7th. This will bring up Griffin Johnson. He's 0 for 2 today. He has struck out. He struck out in the 4th, and he flew out in the 2nd. First pitch here, lifted foul behind us, and the count is 0-1. After Johnson in the order, Luis Mesa Bravo. Teeters looking into Takini. He gets the sign, and now the pitch. Goes off speed, gets across a strike. The count is 0-2. By the way, with Glidden leaving the game, no defensive changes for Henley. It was just a straight across swap for the pitcher. The 0-2 in. It's a line drive into left field and a single. Klamath Union gets their first hit of the day with one out in the 7th inning. This will bring up the catcher for the Pels, Luis Mesa Bravo. He's 0 for 2 today. A couple of strikeouts for him in the 2nd and 5th innings. Double play in order in the middle infield. Shively and Sims cheating over towards the bag, but that does produce quite a big gap on the right side. Pitch is a firm fastball, catches the heart of the plate. Count is 0-1 to Luis Mesa Bravo. Nathan Ferns is on deck. Teeters with the 0-1 that is swung on and missed. Nice pitch there. Gets ahead now, 0-2. Teeters takes a look at the runner at first. Not much of a lead to speak of for Johnson off the bag. And the 0-2 is looked at upstairs. Count is 1-2. That's the only place I think that could have missed, was up high against the Klamath Union catcher. Mesa Bravo with his hands low in the stance awaits the 1-2 pitch. He watches one miss outside. 2-2, a good take on an outside curveball there. The Pelicans have been apt to chase that pitch this afternoon, but Mesa Bravo does a good job of laying off it here, and the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This time the pitch is a ground ball towards third, could be 2. Cox onto Sims for 1, onto Meyer at first, and a 5-4-3 double play will end this one. The Hornets with a 7-0 win against Klamath Union. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break it all down for you next on mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, and or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
Game 1 of a doubleheader this afternoon is final from Kiger Stadium. The Hornets with a 7-0 win against Klamath Union. 7 runs for the Hornets comes on 10 hits today. They committed no errors and left 10 runners on base. For Klamath Union, no runs. They did have 1 hit. They committed 2 errors and left 4 runners on base. Today, Hunter Glidden is the afternoon's winning pitcher, going 6 innings without allowing a hit. He did walk 2, but he struck out 11 batters. Losing pitcher today, despite a quality effort, P.J. Safford throwing 6 1/3, allowing 9 hits and 5 runs. He struck out 6. Some notables today for Henley include our Abby's legendary pizza player of the game, Connor Shively, 4 for 5 today, 3 RBI and a triple. Carson Sims was 2 for 5 with an RBI today. Ian Meyer, 2 for 3 with a couple of RBI. And Corbin Hamilton, 1 for 4 with an RBI triple in the game. For Klamath Union, their one hit came off the bat of Griffin Johnson in the 7th inning. Otherwise, a quiet offensive outing here for Klamath Union. We've got a second of a doubleheader coming up in just a little while from Kiger Stadium, so stick with us. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes, somewhere in there. The good news for you is you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay on this very same link on mybasin.com, and when the time is right, we'll be back with you live from historic and legendary Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls. Josh Eldridge, hoping to see you soon in just a moment for Game 2 of a doubleheader. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Henley High School baseball this afternoon, live from historic Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls, getting ready for our nightcap tonight of a doubleheader between the Pelicans and the Hornets. The opener going the way of the Hornets, 7-0, and just a few moments away from the start of our second contest tonight. We're going to step aside for 2 minutes, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the Country Financial starting lineups, and we'll get you all set for first pitch tonight on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
I thought that there. Josh Eldridge back with you on mybasin.com ahead of some more Hornets baseball tonight from Kiger Stadium. Hornets entering play here in this game, 15-2 overall on the season. Klamath Union Pelicans are 7-10. We'll recap the opening game that we saw here earlier this afternoon. It was a 7-0 win in favor of the Hornets. And in that contest, Hunter Glidden able to pick up a win in a really quality start, going 6 innings pitched without allowing a hit and striking out 11 batters. Connor Shively big in that one. He wound up 4 for 5 with a few RBIs. Klamath Union's bats never got going, and obviously with Glidden not allowing a hit, Pelicans only finished with 1 hit on the game. So they're going to have to come out swinging against Hayden Poor. He's the starting pitcher for Henley, but the starting pitcher for Klamath Union is Tilden Kaufman. He's going up against a Hornets order that goes like this, presented by Gary Sheen and Country Financial, the nation's #1 life insurance provider. Connor Shively leads off today for Henley. He starts at shortstop. Carson Sims, the second baseman, is batting second. The catcher, Jacoby Takini, bats third, followed by Ian Meyer, the first baseman, batting cleanup. Hitting fifth is the third baseman, Derek Cox, followed by the right fielder, Corbin Hamilton. Cam Carpenter's batting seventh. He's in left field today, followed by the designated hitter, Gaines Cleland. Ryan Douglas is in center field. He's batting ninth for the Hornets. The starting lineup for Klamath Union is led off by P.J. Safford. He started shortstop today, followed by Isaac Brias at second base. The pitcher, Tilden Kaufman, bats third, followed by Harrison Swaim, the first baseman, batting cleanup. Reese Johnson, the third baseman, bats fifth, followed by Griffin Johnson in right field, hitting sixth. Batting seventh is the catcher, Luis Meza Bravo, followed by the left fielder, Donovan Jones, and the center fielder, Nolan Baker, batting ninth for the Pelicans. Looks like we are nearly set for the beginning of our ball game today as we bring up our Elevate Physical Therapy Fitness and Performance Scoreboard. Elevate has been treating athletes of all ages since 2020. All right, let's go ahead and get that scoreboard up for you now, as Connor Shively nearly ready to settle in today. While we have a brief moment, though, want to catch you up on some other scores from around the Klamath Basin. Some final scores today. Lost River defeating Cross Point Christian on the baseball diamond, a 19-5 scoreline on that one. Lost River softball defeating Chiloquin today, 21-3. Mazama beating Phoenix in baseball in Game 1 of their doubleheader today. That was a 3-2 final. And then some games going on right now. Let's see. Lost River leading Cross Point Christian baseball 9-3 in the second of their doubleheader. That game is in the bottom of the second inning. Lost River softball leading Chiloquin right now 17-6. That game is in the third inning as well. And a couple of other games scoreless at the softball field between Henley and Klamath Union. Scoreless there. Mazama and Phoenix, the second end of their doubleheader, just getting started in baseball as well. So we'll keep you updated. The Vikings looking for a season sweep, by the way, of Phoenix if they're able to pull out a win in the nightcap this evening. We'll keep you updated on that score as we move along this afternoon. But the first pitch to Connor Shively is wrapped foul. The count is 0-1. Getting this game underway at 5:19. That's 19 minutes past when we were initially scheduled to start, but based off my prediction of 5:20 at the end of the first game, I'd say we're right on time. As Shively swings and misses at the 0-1 pitch, and he falls behind 0-2 in the count. Connor Shively was our Abby's Legendary Pizza player of the game from the opener today. He finished 4 for 5 with a triple and 3 RBIs in that contest. Here he fouls one back to stick around in an 0-2 count against Tilden Kaufman. Let's take a look at the stats on the season for the right-handed thrower for Klamath Union. Will do so after this 0-2 pitch to Connor Shively. It misses upstairs, 1-2 the count. Kaufman making his 4th start of the season. It's his 8th overall appearance. He carries a 2-1 record. He does have a save. In 20 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 29 hits and 20 runs as Shively puts a jolt into one deep to right field over the head of Johnson, and it rolls to the wall. Shively might just have his second triple of the day, and he does to lead off this one in the top of the first inning. That'll bring up Carson Sims with an early RBI opportunity. Wanted to finish on Kaufman, by the way, just give you his ERA, hovering right around 6.5 entering play this afternoon. Carson Sims getting set to hit now for Henley. He had an RBI single, wound up 2 for 5 in the opener today against Klamath Union. Scored a run as well in the 6th inning, trying to add another RBI here as he takes a pitch low. I think that was called a ball low, 1-0. The count to Sims. Jacoby Takini waits on deck for the Hornets. Pitch to Sims. He checks his swing. It gets away from the catcher, and Shively will score on the pass ball. And it's already 1-0 Henley. But if there's any silver lining to it, now you work with the bases empty against Carson Sims. Pelicans pitching staff, namely P.J. Safford, was adept at limiting runs coming across in the early part of the ball game. Like I said, the score was 7-0, but Henley scored 5 of their runs in the final 2 innings. It was close for a long time. 1-1. Sims hits one into the air deep to left field. That is, in the glove of Jones. An over-the-shoulder catch. He looked like Willie Mays out there. That was a great catch by Donovan Jones. He's had a couple of really nice ones in left field. I thought that was over his head for sure, but he sped up and brought that one in for the first out in the first inning. This will bring up Jacoby Takini. Can't hit a ball much better than that if you're Sims and come away without a base hit. Great catch in left. First pitch to Takini misses wide. This gives us a golden opportunity to introduce you to the defense here for Klamath Union. Luis Mesa Bravo, the catcher. Reese Johnson at third. P.J. Safford at short. Isaac Barrias at second. And Harrison Swaim at first. We'll get you the outfield after this pitch here to Jacoby Takini. It's going to miss up and away. 2-0. Donovan Jones patrols left. Nolan Baker is in center. And Griffin Johnson is in right for Klamath Union. 2-0 the count to Takini. Rips one foul the opposite way. Count is 2 balls and a strike to Jacoby. In the opener this afternoon, he reached base 3 times without ever recording a hit. He reached on an error, was hit by a pitch, and he walked in that game. Max Price, his typical courtesy runner, would come in and score a run in the 6th inning of that game. He hits the 2-1 pitch foul. The count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Ian Meyer for the Hornets. Kaufman gets the sign in from Mesa Bravo. Now the pitch will bounce to the plate, and the count is full to the Henley catcher, Jacoby Tacchini. He's got a good understanding of the strike zone. Tacchini going to look for a fastball to hit here, and he'll protect if anything else is thrown at him. The 3-2 fouled off. There it is. That's a fastball. Tacchini just swung underneath of it, and the count remains full, 3-2. Hornets off to a great start this season through 17 games, 15-2, and winners of their last 8 contests. Three-2. That one will miss away. Tacchini aboard with a walk. We've got timeout, and we'll have Max Price come in and run for Jacoby Tacchini. After the 1-out walk, in steps Ian Meyer. Meyer in our opener today had 2 base hits and 2 RBI. He also scored a run, finished 2 for 3 in that game. His 2 RBI came on a single in the 6th inning. Looking to move Max Price over here. Price feigns stealing second base. Might have been a hit and run, but Meyer fouls it off. Count is 0-1. Derek Cox waits on deck for the Hornets. Double play is in order. Isaac Barris at second base, ready for a double play. Same for Safford at shortstop. And move over to first. Back safely is Max Price. Guy who's been mostly deactivated this season, save for his role as a courtesy runner for Tacchini. Has been dealing with a right arm ailment through most of the season. Here he's on the move. The pitch is in the dirt. The throw down is not going to have a shot at getting Price. He winds up swiping second, and the count is a ball and a strike. Max Price, typically a guy you want to have playing out there in center field, maybe in the infield as well. He could really play anywhere. But like I said, in a limited role this season, dealing with an arm injury, so still able to be active and a smart base runner too, as you see him taking advantage and a stolen base there. 1-1 to Meyer, low and in the dirt, 2 balls and a strike to the Henley first baseman. Meyer on the season batting .373 for the Hornets. Kaufman set with the 2-1. And that pitch will miss low as well. 3-1. Kaufman slow to get back on the hill, taking a look at the runner Price. Never really returned fully to second base. Safford behind him, but Kaufman motions home. Meyer lifts one into the air, center field. Baker over to his left, makes the catch, and there's 2 outs in the inning. And with it, in steps Derek Cox, the third baseman for the Hornets. Take you back to the opener today. Cox, a quiet opener against Klamath Union, wound up 0 for 4, had 3 strikeouts in that game. Hoping to see the ball a little bit better in this one against Tilden Kaufman. And an early RBI opportunity. The Hornets already up 1-0. Cox takes a pitch, missed upstairs. Count is 1-0. Kaufman having to work out of the stretch early in this one. Shively led off the inning with a triple. He's so far the only runner to come in and score in this one as that pitch misses upstairs. 2-0 the count to Cox. And we've got a timeout there. I think Mesa Bravo wants to come out and have a chat with Kaufman, make sure they're all on the same page out there. Gives us an opportunity to remind you today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you in part by Sage Community Credit Union. They know that picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Sage Credit Union helps you reach your goals. Also want to give a shout out to the folks down at Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru on Washburn Way. Stop by and say hi. Coach Overstreet up and out of the dugout. Now he joins things on the mound. But he's not out there for too long before giving a fist bump to his pitcher and his catcher and returning to the first base side. It is a 2-0 count to Derek Cox at the plate. A 1-0 ball game, top of the first. The Hornets have another man in scoring position in the person of Max Price. And we are just about ready to go. Kaufman motions home with the 2-0. Finds the zone on that one. A letter-high fastball. Count is 2-1 to Derek Cox. You'll notice pitchers with different paces out there. In the opener, Safford liking to work quickly, the starting pitcher in Game 1 for Klamath Union. Kaufman takes his time a little bit more out there, a little bit more methodical as he gets a swing and a miss from Derek Cox. Slow to get back on the rubber, but keeps his heart rate low, I'm sure, and it works for him. He's trying to find a strike 3 against Derek Cox. Now the pitch. It's going to miss low. Gets away from the catcher for just a moment, and Max Price reading that one well, recognizing it was going to be low, capitalizing on the opportunity, and advancing to third. Now just 90 feet away from scoring, and the count is full to Derek Cox at the plate. He fouls that one back, stays alive. It was a walk that allowed Takini to reach base. Price then stole second and then advanced to third on the wild pitch. Here's the 3-2 to Derek Cox, misses high. And he'll take first, putting runners at the corners now for Corbin Hamilton. We'll see if they've got anything going on with Derek over there at first, a smart base runner. Henley in spots like these likes to be aggressive at first. We saw it throughout the first game. And an aggressive lead off the bag from Derek. First pitch is fouled off. Rarely will Henley use their motion on the first pitch, though, as that one is fouled off 0-1. Cam Carpenter is waiting on deck for the Hornets. Looks like we've also got, not sure if that's a JV team or, I don't know, quite a few Pelicans folks in full gear down here on the right side. Maybe a middle school team. Not exactly sure, but good support here at Kiger Stadium for both teams. Of course, both being from Klamath Falls, you'd expect that. But a good turnout today at Kiger Stadium. Many fans down the left side on the patio. Not too many down the right side, and plenty filling the wooden grandstand here at Kiger Stadium, the last wooden stadium this side of the Mississippi. And Derek Cox takes off early, gets himself caught in a rundown. He's going to head back to first, and Price slowly leading off a third. Are they going to throw him back to first? And now Cox running back to second. Price takes off for home. He's going to score, and that's how you draw it up if you're the Hornets. Now Cox is still stuck out there. They throw to first, and they got him. But the Hornets will take the run anyway. It's a 2-0 ball game as they sacrifice the runner at first to score the run from third. And we will head now to the bottom of the first inning on mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Bottom of the first inning, a 2-0 ball game that the Hornets lead against Klamath Union. Due up this half for the Pelicans, of course, the top of their order. P.J. Safford, followed by Isaac Boreas and Tilden Kaufman. They're all going up against Hayden Porup this season, making his 5th start for Henley, his 9th overall appearance. He carries a 2-0 record and does have 1 save this season. In 21 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 23 hits, 13 runs, although 10 of them earned. He has walked 10 and struck out 20 for an ERA just above 3.2. Look to see some good things from the right-hander today, and he's got a lead before he even throws his first pitch. His first task is P.J. Safford, as the senior for Klamath Union gets ready to settle in. Safford hitless in the opener today. He flew out twice, and he grounded out once. Trying to get something started for his squad against Hayden Poor. Poor working out of the windup. He's got a big leg kick out there on the mound. And he delivers the first pitch. Gets a lot of velocity coming out of that right hand as well. He'll mix in a slider, a two-seamer. He's added the slider mostly this season. Worked in a curveball throughout the summer, but if you're able to expand that pitch repertoire, then in high school, and you can throw him for strikes, makes you a dangerous pitcher. The 0-1 from Poor misses upstairs, a ball and a strike. And for Hayden, only a sophomore. Again, he made a couple of starts last year for Henley on the varsity squad, not a ton. That pitch misses low, but much like Henley's starter from game 1 of this doubleheader, that being Hunter Glidden, these guys maybe didn't get a ton of work at varsity last year, but they spent the summer with the Klamath Falls Falcons American Legion baseball team, and boy, did they improve over the course of that summer. The 2-1 on the way to Safford. That's called a strike. PJ, by the way, also on that Falcons team. In fact, the only Pelican who made the Falcons team last summer. A team that finished 2nd at the Northwest Class A Regional Tournament in Burley, Idaho. The 2-2 pitch to Safford is hit into the air. Shallow right field. It's going to be in foul territory, and Meyer, the first baseman, is able to move over and make the catch for the first out. Around the diamond for the Hornets, Jacoby Takini is catching. Derek Cox is at third. Connor Shively at short. Carson Sims at second, and Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Cam Carpenter, Ryan Douglas, and Corbin Hamilton. 1 away in the first inning, and here is Isaac Boreas. And the pitch in from Poor. A firm fastball misses low. The count is 1-0. Boreas, like so many of his other teammates, hitless in the opener today, although he did reach base, was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. The 1-0 offered up at and missed. Count even now. A ball and a strike. 1 out. Bottom of the first inning. Henley leads 2-0. Poor kicks and delivers the 1-1. Swung on and missed. A ball and 2 strikes now. One other Klamath Basin team coming up with a big win earlier today. The Oregon Tech Lady Owls softball team with a 1-0 win against College of Idaho. As that pitch is swung on and missed. Boreas down on strikes for the second out in the first inning. The Tech baseball team was losers today at the Cascade Conference Tournament in Lewiston, Idaho. The Hustlin' Owls lost 18-4 against Bushnell today. Pitch to Tilden Kaufman. Bounces to the plate. Count 1-0. Kaufman in the opener today 0 for 3. Struck out a pair of times. The 1-0 on the way from Poor. Goes firm with an inside fastball. 1-1. The count to Kaufman. After that swing and a miss, Harrison Swaim is on deck for the Pelicans. Poor delivers the 1-1. That one misses outside. 2-1 the count to Tilden Kaufman. Kaufman on the season for Klamath Union. Leading the team in hitting, 343. The 2-1, fouled back. Count is even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kaufman. It's Poor looking to find that put-away pitch. Already 1 strikeout this inning. as Kaufman chokes up on that bat with 2 strikes in the count. Here's the delivery from Hayden Poole. Goes inside with a fastball. Misses, maybe a touch upstairs as well. Count is 3-2 to Kaufman. Poore looks in, gets the sign from Takini. Steps, kicks, and fires. That one hit him on the head. He's going to be all right, thankfully for the helmet. And a 2-out base runner here in the bottom of the first inning. Harrison Swaim getting ready to step in now for Klamath Union. Swaim batting .229 this season for the Pels. Struck out twice in today's opener that Henley won 7-0. Here's the pitch. That one fouled straight back. 0-1. This game concludes the season series between the Pelicans and the Hornets this year. As for Klamath Union, their next Skyline Conference opponent are the Phoenix Pirates. They'll play here at Kiger Stadium on Tuesday. 0-1 the count to Harrison Swaim, and the pitch is going to be called a strike, 0-2. Henley gets their bye week effectively from conference play next week with an odd number of teams. They'll play Cascade Christian on Tuesday, and then they'll play Ashland on Thursday and Saturday. Here's the 0-2, swung on and missed. That will end the inning. The Pelicans get one man on base, but they leave him stranded, and they trail by 2 against the Hornets as we go to the second inning on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Nearly set now for the top of the second inning today between the Hornets and the Pelicans. It's a 2-0 ball game that Henley leads. Due up this half, Corbin Hamilton, Cam Carpenter, and Gaines Cleland. Against Tilden Kaufman, ready for the second inning of his start today. The Hornets scored their 2 runs back in the first inning after a leadoff triple from Connor Shively. And Max Price with some aggressive base running. After getting a board from a walk and being a courtesy runner, he was able to steal second, advance on a pass ball, and then score later on in that inning. So Hornets remaining aggressive, looking to continue their stretch of good baseball. Like we've talked about, 15-2 on the season. They are the number 1 team in the 4A classification entering play today as Corbin Hamilton gets ready for a second look at Tilden Kaufman. His at-bat ended prematurely in the top half of the first when Derek Cox was caught in a rundown intentionally in order to score the runner from third, that at the time being Max Price. The 1-0 pitch to Hamilton misses outside, 2-0. So in that case, Corbin gets really a second look at Tilden here with having seen, I think it was 3 pitches to end the first inning. And now he gets ahead here 2-0, can really be selective about the kind of pitch he wants to swing at. And he's going to lay off of one that's low. Count is now 3-0. We'll take a look at the rest of the OSAA top 10 here in just a moment, who accompanies Henley on that list. Here's the 3-0, though. That one is called a strike. Count is now 3-1. Scappoose is ranked second right now in the state. They carry an overall record of 13-5, but the next Skyline Conference team is ranked third. Hidden Valley, 15-2 as well on the season. As that pitch misses outside to Hamilton, he'll take a 5-pitch walk, and a leadoff base runner for the Hornets brings up Cam Carpenter. Marist Catholic ranked 4th right now. Junction City ranked 5th. That's a team that Henley has played and got 2 wins over at their place earlier on in the season. Staten is number 6. They're 14-3. Malala 12-6. Tillamook, they're number 8. Here's the pitch in. Hamilton on the move. The pitch is called a strike, and Hamilton swipes second. The throw winds up in center field. Hamilton gets up and breaks for third, and he will get in there safely. And aggressive base running once again pays off for the Hornets. Hamilton swiping second and winding up at third after the error. The pitch was called a strike at the plate to Cam Carpenter, by the way, but now an RBI opportunity for him. Kaufman comes set, still working out of the stretch, and the pitch is fouled back. Count is 0-2. Just rounded out the top 10 for you, by the way. Phoenix is ranked number 9. They're 9-7, another Skyline Conference team there. And then the Pendleton and Nick Yahweh Co-op, they are ranked 10th. That pitch is lined foul down the right side. Klamath Union right now at number 18. They're surrounded by the likes of Estacada and Astoria on either side of them. But again, the ticket right now for any of the teams in the Skyline Conference is trying to be ranked inside the top 16 when it's all said and done. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one misses low, 1-2. Again, this year in the 16-team OSAA bracket, the top 2 teams from each of the 6 classifications get automatic bids. It's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Cam Carpenter. Line drive to the shortstop, caught by Safford. Hamilton has to scamper on back to third, 1 away in the second inning. That'll bring up Gaines Cleveland. But as I was saying, 2 teams from each of the 6 leagues get you to 12 in the 16-team bracket. And then there are 4 at-large bids that qualify based on OSAA rankings, and that's how they get the at-large bid. So if you're a third-place team and you're ranked within the top 16, chances are you've got a good chance at making the playoffs. And right now in the Skyline Conference, got 2 teams that would fit the criteria. As the 1-0 misses inside, the count now 2-0 to the designated hitter Gaines Cleveland. We talked about Phoenix being ranked number 9, but they're in trouble against Mazama, who's picked up 2 wins in the first 2 games of the series. The Vikings are ranked 14th. They're in the mix as well. Cleveland, a ground ball to second. Boreas up with it, and the throw on to first is in time. But Corbin Hamilton does score, so give Cleveland an RBI on that play, and the score is now 3-0 Hornets. That's how you manufacture runs on the Henley side. 2 away, here's Ryan Douglas. And Klamath Union, again, they're not far out of that playoff picture, like I was saying. Of course, right now 0-4. They need to grab a couple of wins if they want to start climbing up it, but that OSAA state ranking still in a decent spot at number 18. But I've liked what I've seen out of Mazama here early on in the season. Right now, though, they are trailing against Phoenix. As we check on the score there, it's 4-0 Pirates, and that game is in the top of the second inning. Pitch to Douglas, misses upstairs. Count is 2-0 to Douglas. Here at Kiger Stadium, the score is 3-0 Henley. We're in the top of the second inning, and the number 9 hitter for the Hornets in a 2-0 count against Tilden Kaufman. The pitch in. Misses upstairs, 3-0. Henley softball team leading Klamath Union right now. That score is, what does that say, 9-0? It jumped up from 6-9 just by me clicking on the box score, and they are in the second inning. Ryan Douglas works a 4-pitch walk. He's aboard here with 2 outs. 4th walk issued by Kaufman already here in this one as Connor Shively gets ready to step in now. He's 1 for 1 in this game, had a triple to lead off this contest, and had a great opener today. Finished 4 of 5 with 3 RBI. And they make a move over to Douglas, but he is safe. Shively, a guy who the Hornets expect a lot from, and for good reason. As the pitch in is fouled back, the count is 0-1. He's a senior this year, but he's a 3-time all-conference recipient, and he's done it at 3 different positions, too. I just think it's one of the neatest facts. When he was a freshman, mostly played as a designated hitter, and he won the all-conference selection for utility player that year. When he was a sophomore, he was an all-conference catcher. And then last year in his junior season was an all-conference infielder at shortstop. And, well, now he's a shortstop again this year for Henley, and he's certainly in line to receive all-conference honors should his production continue throughout the rest of the course of the season as he takes a swing and a miss at the 0-1 pitch. Throw down to try to get Douglas, not in time. He swipes second in at scoring position. Check of the numbers this season so far for Connor Shively. 375, 6 extra base hits, 19 runs scored, 10 RBI for him, and a leadoff spot for the Hornets. Right now, an 0-2 count, an RBI opportunity with Douglas in at second. Shively hits one hard down the right field line. If that stays fair, it's extra bases, and it does. Douglas is going to score. Shively might have his third triple. Burning around second. He is in at third. Connor Shively. 3 triples today, 2 in this game, and the Hornets lead 4-0. Carson Sims getting ready to bat now for the Hornets. Sims flew out to left field in his first at-bat. He set a deep fly ball to left field, but Donovan Jones was able to make a really great catch out there and left to put him away. If Sims can make good contact like that, you hope that he's able to get on base. Leading the team in hitting. Ground ball left side through and into left field. An RBI single for Carson Sims. A 5-0 ball game. First pitch swinging pays off for the junior. For Carson, he extends his team lead in the RBI category, picked up number 21 there, extending his lead in the hits category and singles, where he just picked up number 28 and 20, respectively. Here's Jacoby Tacchini. Pitch to Tacchini, hit hard, right center field. That one is caught in right field by Griffin Johnson, and it will end the inning. But the Hornets score 3 runs on 2 base hits in the inning, including a Connor Shively triple. They lead 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the second on mybasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Getting set for the bottom of the second inning in a 5-0 ball game that the Hornets lead the Pelicans. It'll be Reese Johnson, Griffin Johnson, and Luis Meza Bravo do up this half for the Pelicans as Hayden Poor still out there for the Hornets. Reese Johnson getting ready to settle in now. Pitched well in the series opener. Reached base a couple of times in game 2, but was hitless. He walked in the second and fourth innings of our opener today and getting his first crack at Hayden Poor in our nightcap. Temperature dropping a little bit here at Kiger Stadium. It was 71 degrees at first pitch as Poor misses low on the first offering here in the second inning. The weather app says it's 70 right now, but with the wind blowing, feels like 64. That feels accurate. Here's the 1-0 pitch, hit high, deep to left field, but well foul off the bat of Reese Johnson. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Griffin Johnson waits on deck for the Pelicans. Here's the 1-1. Bounces to the plate, 2-1 the count. Temperature will start to really drop in the next hour or so. Be 68 by 7 o'clock. That's still an hour away, and then just keep on getting colder here tonight in Klamath Falls. But it should be a nice weekend. Mid-70s for the Cascade Conference softball tournament, which is here in the Basin this weekend. Oregon Tech Lady Owls picking up a win in their first game. They'll be back at 2 p.m. Tomorrow afternoon. 3-1 pitch to Reese Johnson from the hand of Hayden Poor, misses outside. A walk delivered to the leadoff hitter here in the second inning. We'll be live on 104.3 960 Sports tomorrow afternoon on the radio for Oregon Tech softball. You can also watch the games on the Urban Edge Network, called by Mike Safford on those games. I'll be on the radio calls on 960 Sports. Griffin Johnson settling in now. The pitch is called a strike. 0-1. Second offering on the way from Hayden Poor. Modest leadoff of first for Reese Johnson. Ground ball to third. Cox charging on to Sims at second for one, but they are not able to get Johnson on the back end. So he will reach on a fielder's choice, and there's one out in the second. So here's Luis Meza Bravo. Bravo struck out twice in the opener and grounded into a game-clinching double play for Henley. Here he swings and misses at the first pitch. The count is 0-1. Small lead for Griffin Johnson off of first. Almost no secondary for him as Poor able to focus at the hitter at the plate, the catcher for Klamath Union. Donovan Jones is on deck. The count is a ball and a strike to Meza Bravo. Poor set with it and motions home. Goes off speed to get across strike two. And he gets ahead of Luis Meza Bravo. Hitting 111 this season for Klamath Union. Poor comes set. The 1-2, hit into the air, shallow center field. It's going to be Carson Sims, the second baseman, who backtracks into the outfield to put that one away for the second out. So here comes Donovan Jones. Jones has been off to a slow start offensively this season for Klamath Union. One hit in his first 11 tries, but I got to tell you, I have been impressed with his defense this weekend, or throughout the week, I suppose, for Klamath Union. There's been a couple hard hit balls to him on the ground that can sometimes be tough to play in an uneven outfield for an outfielder as he takes a look at that pitch there. But the ones that stay in the air, man, he has been really impressive this season, or this week. Like I said, made a diving catch back on Tuesday, made an over-the-shoulder catch earlier in this game. The 1-0 finds the zone. Count is even at a ball and a strike. And like I said, he's off to a slow start offensively, but man, you can field like that and you're a sure thing in the outfield, you'll find yourself in a lineup. The 1-1. Swung on and missed 1-2 to Donovan Jones. Nolan Baker is on deck for Klamath Union. Poor takes a look at the runner at first. That's Griffin Johnson. Comes home with the 1-2. It's in the dirt, but Jacoby Takini, the Henley backstop, doing just that. Getting down and stopping that one from getting behind him, and in doing so, it keeps Griffin Johnson over there at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 5-run ball game. Poor looking to set down the side. The pitch to Jones, looked at low for ball 3. Poor back on the rubber. Takini looks down to the dugout to get the pitch sign. Delivers it to Poor, and now the pitch. Runner is on the move. It's a swing and a miss. Throw down to first after the pitch in the dirt. They get Jones on the dropped third strike, and that will end the inning. We'll head to the third in a 5-0 ball game. The Hornets lead the Pelicans on mybasin.com.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan.
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Welcome back. Top of the third inning here on mybasin.com. Some more Skyline Conference baseball today as the Henley Hornets lead the Klamath Union Pelicans 5-0. Due up this half for Henley, Ian Meyer, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton. That's 4, 5, and 6 in the order. Tilden Kaufman still out there working for the Pelicans. And we are just about set. Here's the second chance today for Ian Meyer. He's 0 for 1 in this ball game after flying out to center field in the first, but he will get hit on the first pitch of the inning, and he'll take first base delightfully. Hornets have a base runner. And for Ian, that is the 7th time he's been hit by a pitch this year. Pulls him even for the team lead with Jacoby Takini. Both of them now been hit 7 times. Derek Cox stepping in now. He walked and got caught intentionally in a rundown in the first inning. Helped Henley score a run. First pitch to him is a wild pitch. It will allow Ian Meyer to advance to second. And now Cox bats with a runner in scoring position. Here at Kiger Stadium, you look around the outfield fence, and if you haven't seen it in some time, it probably looks different. We've got all the signage out there. Last summer was a huge initiative to improve the atmosphere and the look here at Kiger Stadium. Safford toying with Meyer behind second base, but Kaufman delivers a strike to Derek Cox. A couple of businesses have come on and really helped support the revitalization of Kiger Stadium. That among them, Henrys Roofing and Supply, Kinsman Construction, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Case Plumbing out there as well. That pitch called a strike, 1 and 2. You've also got Quality Electric, Fast Break as well, and Roof Max of Oregon, just to name a few. Howard's Meat Center, the Eisler Group. So many folks have come aboard to help revitalize this place and try to make Kiger Stadium a place people want to go again. As here's a pop-up in the infield. Tilden Kaufman, the pitcher, calls everybody off. He makes the catch, and there's one out in the inning. It's part of an initiative with the Klamath Falls Falcons. You know, they play their home games here as well. Tentative schedule has been shared with a few folks for the Falcons, although so much is still up in the air with how that schedule can change from time to time. The first pitch on the way to Corbin Hamilton. Kaufman delivers, and that pitch misses low. Gets away from the catcher for just a moment. The throw down to third. Myers in safely. The Hornets reading those pitches in the dirt well today. As Meyer has advanced twice, was hit by a pitch, and now winds up at third. Should be telling that the Hornets have 5 runs on only 3 hits so far. As that pitch misses low, the count is 2-0 to Corbin Hamilton. Cam Carpenter is on deck. Corners in for Klamath Union. Reese Johnson and Harrison Swain playing in on the grass. The 2-1 line drive to short. It short hops Safford over him and into left field, and that is going to score a run. Hamilton advancing as well, and it is now 6-0 Henley in the top of the third inning. Safford gave about as good of an effort as you could on that play. It was a hard hit ball to him, tried to play it on the short hop, and it just skipped over his glove, and it scored a run. Hamilton winds up at second and gets an RBI for his trouble. In steps Cam Carpenter. He's 0 for 1 in this game. He flew out to shortstop. He hit a line drive to Safford his first time around. This time, Carpenter takes a pitch inside. 1-0. Haven't seen Cam get a start on the defensive side, I don't think, this spring, although I did miss the first handful of Henley games. The 1-0 finds the zone. Count is even, a ball and a strike. Cam has mostly been used as a designated hitter this year, but he can play, obviously, in the outfield, getting the start in left today. They've also worked him out at first base a few times this year, so he's always there if you need him as well. The 1-1 called a strike, 1-2. On the season, Carpenter batting .241. Widens out for the 2-strike offering. That pitch misses wide. Count is 2-2 to Carpenter, with Gaines Cleland waiting on deck. 2-2, Kaufman set, and the pitch. That's called strike 3. Carpenter down looking for the second out in the third inning. Gaines Cleland getting ready to step in now. He's 0 for 1 today, but he does have an RBI. He grounded out in the second inning to score a run. He has another RBI opportunity here with a runner on second in the person of Corbin Hamilton. And did we get, I think Cleland called time at the plate before Kaufman threw the pitch, and so we'll have to wait just one more moment before Cleland's first pitch. He's 0 for 4 to start the season. Not a huge sample size, but he's hoping he's due here for a base hit as he swings and misses at strike 1. Getting the start in this one as the designated hitter. This is the first start I've seen Gaines have this season. He has filtered into 6 other ball games this year. The 0-1 to Cleland finds the outside corner, 0-2. Now he's going to have to get defensive in the left-handed batter's box. After Cleland, if he finds his way aboard, is Ryan Douglas. 6-0, a Henley lead in the top of the third. Gaines Cleland nearly got hit on the 2-strike pitch, but he spins out of the way, and the count is 1-2. Cleland does, well, hold that thought for just a moment. Kaufman set now with a 1-2 in the pitch. Cleland pops one foul. Count remains 1-2. Cleland this season a junior for the Hornets. Played his first 2 seasons down at the junior varsity level. This is his first season up at varsity full-time. Swings and misses at the heat. And down on strikes. The Hornets, though, do add 1 to their lead. They're up 6-0 after the RBI single from Corbin Hamilton. And we go now to the bottom half of the third on mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Nearly set for the beginning of the bottom of the third inning here on mybasin.com. Hornets baseball continues, and right now they lead crosstown rival Klamath Union 6-0. Nolan Baker, P.J. Safford, and Isaac Brias do up this half inning for the Pelicans. That's 9-1-2 in their order as they look to get something going against Hayden Poore. He's allowed a couple of base runners in each of the first 2 innings, but has been able to work himself out of those jams. He's got 3 strikeouts already in this game. And he's been throwing well. He allowed a walk earlier, a hit batsman, but throwing well. Here's Nolan Baker getting ready to settle in against Hayden Poore. And the pitch is offered up at and missed. Strike one. Baker got the start in the opener today. In fact, the first two games of this series, but was designated hit for in each of those first two games. As the pitch there called a strike, belt high over the outside part, 0-2. Baker on the season, he's 2 for his first 23, batting .087 to start the year. The 0-2 misses upstairs, 1-2 to Nolan Baker. Multi-sport athlete for Klamath Union, also a member of the football and basketball teams. The 1-2 misses away, 2-2 to Nolan Baker. Poor looking to command the strike zone a little better here in the third inning than he had in the previous two, but falling even in the count here, 2-2, and he rings up Baker on the inside fastball. And that's what commanding the strike zone is, not being afraid to go inside on a right-handed hitter, and he gets Baker looking for the first out in the third inning. And we go back to the top now for P.J. Safford. Safford so far in this game is 0 for 1. He popped out to first base back in the first inning. Pitch here from Poor, looked at for ball one, outside, 1-0. Safford still looking for his first hit this series. He's only reached base one other time, and it was his very first at-bat when he was hit by a pitch. Here's the 1-0. So that one misses in, 2-0. Like I said, 0 for 1 today, and then was 0 for 3 in the game earlier today. 2-0 the count to him right now. Poor going to have to come in and challenge him. The pitch is called a strike. Just below the letters on the inside corner. 2-1 to Safford, and here's Poor again working inside to the righty. Gets the sign in from Tacchini. Poor set, kicks, and delivers. That one just low. Good eye from Safford right over the middle of the plate, but just below his knees. That's a good take at a 2-1 count. Isaac Barrios on deck. Safford can look for one pitch in one spot here. The 3-1 is called a strike. Looked to be in a pretty similar spot to the one that was called ball 3 a moment ago, but Safford now has to settle in a full count. Poor looking for a put-away pitch. Tacchini sets up outside. It's a chopper to third. Cox charging. Off-balance throw to first is in time. And there are now 2 gone in the inning. Isaac Barrios stepping in now. Barrios 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first inning. Here's the pitch. Misses upstairs above his head. 1-0. The count to Isaac Barrios. Pitched a little bit in the tail end of our opener today. Game in which the Hornets won 7-0. The 1-0 is able to find the zone. The count is now even at a ball and a strike. Barrios in that game only had to record the final 2 outs of the contest for KU. 1-1. Misses away, 2-1. 2 unearned runs came in to score against Isaac in those 2 outs he had to get, and he also struck out 1 batter. The 2-1 is swung on and missed. Count is 2-2. As Poor looks to set down the Pelicans in order here in the third inning. Got 2 strikes on the second baseman, Isaac Barrios. Poor looks in. Doesn't like the first signal from Tacchini, but he's agreeable for the second. Now the pitch. That one's looked at for strike 3 down the middle, and that will retire the side. We'll go to the top of the 4th next in a 6-0 ball game on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
Getting set for the top of the 4th inning in a 6-0 ball game as the Henley Hornets lead the Klamath Union Pelicans. So far today for Henley, 6 runs comes on 4 hits. They have not committed an error, and they have left 2 men on base thus far. For Klamath Union, no runs, no hits, 2 errors. They have also left 2 men on base so far. Due up this half inning for the Hornets, it's going to be Ryan Douglas, Connor Shively, and Carson Sims. 9-1-2 in the order for the boys in blue, as they hope to add a bit more and close out a series sweep of the Pelicans today. Again, reminder, Cascade Collegiate Conference softball on the radio tomorrow, 104.3, 960 Sports. The Tech Owls playing tentatively at 2 o'clock. That's got a bit, I think they started 10 minutes late today maybe, so there's a little bit of variance there. But typically they're on time in the Cascade Conference. Not so much like it is here in the Skyline Conference, but, you know, you do as you will. As Ryan Douglas gets ready to step in now, he's without an at-bat yet in this game. He walked and scored in the second. Here he takes a look at ball 1 outside. It was also announced today by the NAIA that Oregon Tech will be a host site of the NAIA National Softball Tournament. So the 1-0 misses inside 2-0. There's 10 sites across the country that host either 4 or 5 teams in a 48-team national championship field. As a bouncer out to Safford at short, has to charge on it and is unable to make the play cleanly as he took a tough tumble out there at shortstop. It looked like his cleat got caught on the edge of the grass. That'll go in the book as an error, and Douglas is able to reach there, and it brings up Connor Shively. I want to make sure that Safford's okay. He gives a thumbs up to his coach, but he'll be okay. It really looked like he just got his cleat stuck in the dirt there. And it allows a leadoff base runner here for the Hornets, and unfortunately for Safford's sake, does go in as an error. And it brings up Connor Shively. Shively's had a stupendous day. Take into account both games here against Klamath Union. In the opener, he was 4 for 5 with 3 RBI. Today, he's 2 for 2 with an RBI, 2 runs scored, and 2 triples. Here he takes one upstairs, 1-0. Just wanted to continue that thought, by the way, about Oregon Tech. The NAIA National Tournament opening round is May 11th through the 14th. The 1-0 pitch misses upstairs, 2-0. We'll have teams from all over the country. Don't know what teams yet are coming to the Basin throughout that opening round. But the fun thing is that when we get to the National Championship opening round, we cover every single game of the tournament on 960 Sports. Shively hits one hard, right field, and it is caught on the run by Griffin Johnson. Had to move into the gap to put that one away, but he does. And there's 1 out in the 4th inning. But yeah, you'll be able to listen to every single game of the national tournament on our radio stations on 104.3 and 960 Sports, Tech or otherwise. So if you're cruising around town and just curious what's happening up at Stillwell Stadium, turn that dial to 960 AM. Here's Carson Sims. Swings and misses. Looks like the Hornets had a hit and run going on there, but as Sims comes up empty, Douglas swipes second anyway. And it's an 0-1 count to Carson Sims. He's 1 for 2 in this one. He flew out in the first inning, but he had an RBI single in the second. Now with a man in scoring position, he is behind in the count 0-1. Statistically, Henley's best hitter so far this season. Any way you slice it, it's Carson Sims at the top of that list as he takes that one low 1-0. He leads the team in average, .435. Leads the team in hits, singles, triples, RBI, runs scored as well. He has just been able to do it all this year for Henley. The 1-1. Catches the plate, 1-2. Jacoby Takini is on deck for the Hornets. Sims settles back in now. Going to shorten the stride with a 2-strike count. Tilden Kaufman checks on Douglas at second before motioning home. Sims hits a fly ball to center field, down for a base hit. They're waving in Douglas. The throw in from center field is cut off. And an RBI single for Carson Sims. He's now 2 for 3 with a couple of runs batted in. It's 7-0 Hornets. RBI number 22 on the season for Sims, his 28th hit of the year. Pardon me, his 29th hit of the year. And in steps Jacoby Takini. He's without a hit yet today, but he did walk in his first at-bat. Sims will take second. The throw is into center field, and Sims is going to take third. The Hornets have found something that works for them, and that is exploiting the throw down to second base. Douglas did it. Sims just did it. We saw Meyer do it earlier in the game, as well as Ryan Douglas and Max Price. Get on first. They're going to try to steal second, and sometimes they wind up at third. Pitch to Takini is going to get to the backstop. Sims breaking for the plate. The throw is not going to be in time, and Sims will score on the wild pitch. It's now 8-0 Henley. And that's, again, a prime example there. Sims had a single, but in 2 pitches is able to score a run. Count is 2-0 to Takini. Ian Meyer is on deck. 1 out in the inning. Count, I believe, is 2-0. And the pitch nearly came in and hit Takini. Should be 3-0, the count to Jacoby. I believe so. Pitch in. Called a strike. Count 3-1 now. Kaufman gets the sign in from Mesa Bravo. Now the 3-1 pitch. Takini slices it foul, and the count is full. Takini, for his part on the season, .404 hitter. He's got third most hits, leads the team in doubles with 6, has 15 runs batted in. That's third most on the team. Not an RBI spot here, just trying to get on base. The 3-2 pitch misses wide. Takini's going to take first. And we'll have Max Price up and out of the dugout in as a courtesy runner. Second time Takini has walked today. Price came around and scored the last time this happened. And Coach Overstreet up and out of the dugout to have a discussion with his pitcher and the infield at large. And Tilden Kaufman going to hand the ball over to him. We'll see a pitching change for Klamath Union here in the top of the 4th inning of an 8-0 ball game. We'll be right back after this on mybasin.com.
Hi, I'm Jill with Klamath Falls Honda. If you live in Southern Oregon, you know the weather can keep you guessing. 1 minute it can be sunny, and the next something like this. That's why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline just make sense. With available all-wheel drive and the capability to handle whatever rolls in, you're ready for it. And customers like Rob are ready too.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
So whether it's sunshine or snow, stop by and say hi. We'll keep you safe on the road.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
New pitcher in for Klamath Union is Isaac Boreas. Second time we've seen him today. Like we talked about a little while ago, pitched the final 2 outs of the opener today. And now trying to keep this game where it is. An 8-0 lead for the Hornets. Other defensive changes, Tilden Kaufman, who was the starter, has migrated over to shortstop. P.J. Safford, who was the shortstop, has moved over to second base. Otherwise, everything remains the same for KU. Here's the first pitch to Ian Meyer. It is called a ball on the inside. Max Price will take second base. No throw down, so no stolen base, just a defensive indifference. And the count is 1-0 to Ian Meyer. Here's the pitch. That one misses low, and the count is 2-0. It's Meyer, and then Derek Cox is on deck. Hornets have already scored 2 runs in this inning. RBI single from Carson Sims, and then he would come around to score, aided by some pass balls and a wild pitch. And the count is 3-0 here to Meyer from Isaac Boreas. Meyer was hit by a pitch and came in to score in his last at-bat. Here's the pitch. That one winds up behind Meyer. And I think it hit him, maybe in the back of the jersey there. And so he's aboarded first. Second time he's been hit by a pitch today, and just like that, takes the team lead in the category. Max Price stays at second, and Derek Cox bats now with 2 men on and 1 man out. Derek, so far in this one, walked and popped out so far. Trying to make something happen with a man in scoring position, and, well, he won't get much of a chance. And that's back-to-back pitches, back-to-back hit batsmen for Isaac Boreas, and the bases are loaded for Corbin Hamilton. Price to third, Meyer to second, Cox aboard at first. Hamilton has reached base in each of his first 2 plate appearances in this game. He walked and scored in the second, and he singled in a run in the third. And a golden opportunity here to try to really open up this game as if it wasn't already. The infield comes in for KU, a force at any base. Hamilton has to scoot out of the way. That one nearly got hit himself. Count is 1-0 here to Corbin. .385 hitter, 15 RBI on the season. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, 2-0. With runners in scoring position this year, Hamilton's batting .348. He takes a ball there. 3-0. Nowhere to put him, and Cam Carpenter is on deck. The 3-0 misses upstairs, and the Hornets score a run on the walk. It's 9-0. Price scores, Meyer to third, Cox to second, and Hamilton aboard, collecting an RBI in the process. And we've got Porter Frost hitting in place of Cam Carpenter here. First time we've seen Frost this afternoon. A 2 .207 on base percentage. He's batting .083 to start the year. Opportunity here for Frost to try to get something going for himself, build up some confidence. A passed ball. Myers trying to go back to third. The throw down is now he's running back to home. The pitcher is going to lose the ball. Meyer dives in safely. It's a 10-0 lead for the Hornets. Nearly disaster on the base paths, but Meyer scores a run. Not looking at Coach Teeters on his way back to the dugout. I don't know if he would want to. Is certainly maybe a mistake there, but Meyer able to score a run anyway. In the meantime, Cox advances to third, Hamilton to second, and now Porter Frost bats with 2 men on and 1 out, and he takes a strike there. The count is even 1-1. Pitch to Frost, misses in, 2-1 after that one. Price, by the way, scoring his 20th run of the season after scoring just a moment ago, and again, mostly used as a courtesy runner. It's a great stat to have as Frost chases a pitch out of the zone there, 2-2. After Porter in the order, Gaines Cleland is on deck for Henley. It's a 10-0 ball game. The Hornets have scored 4 here in this frame. Pitch in. Nearly got him. It gets to the backstop, and Cox thought about going, but it ricocheted hard off the wooden backstop here at Kiger, and so might have learned his lesson from watching Meyer get caught in a pickle. Cox stays at third. That one's hit hard. It's hit deep to left field. That one is over the head of the left fielder Jones and off the wall. That's going to score 1. Burning around third is Corbin Hamilton. He will score as well. A 2 RBI double for Porter Frost. It's 12-0 Henley. Boy, he really gave that one a ride. I thought off the bat that one might have had a chance. And had it been hit in the opener today, maybe it would have. But with the temperature dropping a little bit, that was about 10 feet short of the fence. A really good ride there from Porter Frost. And it brings up Gaines Cleland. For Frost, his first double of the season, and he just knocked in his 4th RBI. Cleland, the 9th batter to hit this inning. That one is going to miss away, and it gets to the backstop. Frost able to advance to third on the wild pitch. Six runs home this inning for Henley. Giving themselves some room now for a mercy rule finish if they're able to maintain at least a 10-run advantage after 5 innings. But you get up to 12 and 13 standing 90 feet away. Start to feel a little bit more confident in that ability to do so. As the count now 2-0 to Gaines Cleland. He's 0 for 2 in this game, but he does have an RBI. He grounded in a run in the second inning. Otherwise, he struck out in the third. 2-0 pitch to him here. Misses low. 3-0. Since coming into the game, Boreas has yet to find an out. That pitch misses out as well, and that puts him on. Runners at the corners, and Coach Overstreet up and out of the dugout. And we'll see if there winds up being a change here. That's 6 batters, no outs, and only 1 hit given up there by Boreas. And it looks like some folks are switching gloves out there, which means we're going to get a new pitcher. With a 12-run Henley lead, runners at the corners and 1 out in the 4th inning. We'll step aside. More Hornets baseball next on MyBasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Wait, all I do is wait.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Chase Barrett batting here for the Hornets, batting in the 9-hole in place of Ryan Douglas, as we've got a new pitcher on the mound for Klamath Union. It is Harrison Swaim as he starts Barrett out with a ball high. And the pitch is going to get away from the catcher. No one advancing as Cleveland remains at first. Count is now 2-0. Taking a look at the numbers on Swaim this season. This is his 5th appearance of the season. He's previously pitched 5 2/3 innings, allowing 9 hits, 18 runs, 10 of them earned, an ERA of 12.35. As that pitch misses high and in, 3-0. The count to Chase Barrett. Barrett got one at-bat in the opener today. And this time he'll work a walk. And the bases are loaded for Connor Shively. 11th batter to bat this inning, now due up with the bases loaded. Shively was the first out of this inning when he flew out to right. The pitch. It's taken upstairs for a ball. 1-0. Aside from that flyout, Shively has 2 triples and 2 runs scored and an RBI today. Working out of the windup. Here's Swaim on the delivery. Shively checks his swing. It's called a strike. 0-1. Standing at first is Chase Barrett. At second is Gaines Cleveland. At third is Porter Frost. The 1-1 finds the zone. 1-2. Carson Sims is on deck for the Hornets. Shively having to protect at a 2-strike count. Here it comes. That one misses, gets by the catcher, no one moving. And the count is 2-2. Seems as though the Hornets have built out their advantage on the base paths and are pulling off the gas just a little bit here as this game has gotten a little bit out of hand in this 4th inning. 12-0, Henley leads. The 2-2 to Shively. Misses up, 3-2. Good at-bat here from Connor. He's only offered up at 1 pitch, but has been selective up there. 3-2, misses up, and the Hornets score another on a bases-loaded walk. Back-to-back free passes issued by Harrison Swaim in his relief appearance, and it brings up Carson Sims as Frost scores, Cleveland to third, and Barrett to second. Hornets have now scored 7 runs in this inning. They've only needed 2 hits to do it. This one's popped up in the infield. If it's fair, it's an infield fly, but it is foul, and the pitcher comes off the mound all the way behind home to make that catch. And there's now 2 gone. Here's Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini walked earlier twice in this game, and both times his courtesy runner Max Price would come in and score. 13-0 Henley leads. Here's the pitch to Jacoby Tacchini. It misses outside, 1-0. Again, aboard for the Hornets. Cleveland is at third. Chase Barrett aboard at second. And Connor Shively on at first. Here's the pitch. Catches the outside corner. Count is even at a ball and a strike to Tacchini. If the inning continues, Ian Meyer is on deck. No, pardon me. Looks like Harley Hoblet in his place on deck. The 1-1 misses up. 2-1. Here's the offering from Swaim, the 2-1. That one's hit into the air, center field. Baker going back. He's able to make the catch, though, and that will end the inning. But not before Henley scores 7 runs and leaves the bases loaded. They carry a commanding 13-0 lead as we go to the bottom half of the fourth next on mybasin.com.
Hi, I'm Jill with Klamath Falls Honda. If you live in Southern Oregon, you know the weather can keep you guessing. 1 minute it can be sunny, and the next something like this. That's why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline just make sense. With available all-wheel drive and the capability to handle whatever rolls in, you're ready for it. And customers like Rob are ready too.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
So whether it's sunshine or snow, stop by and say hi. We'll keep you safe on the road.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local community engaged.
Set for the bottom of the fourth inning, a 13-0 ball game that the Hornets lead. Due up for Klamath Union this half inning, Tilden Kaufman, Harrison Swaim, and Reese Johnson. Something to look out for here in this inning is Hayden Poor's command. That last half inning lasted quite a long time, so he's been sitting in the dugout, probably stationary for the last 20 or so minutes, and now he's got to get out there and try to record 3 outs. So we'll see how he's able to do it, see if he's able to lock back in and continue to pitch well like he has so far today. He's thrown extremely well through the first 3 innings of this one without allowing a hit, and he's also struck out 5 batters. First pitch to Tilden Kaufman misses outside. The count is 1-0. Tilden Kaufman, the team's leading hitter, was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat in the first inning. The 1-0 is a ground ball, a chance for Sims at second. Up with it, and the throw on to Myers in time. 1 out in the fourth. In steps Harrison Swaim. He had to come in and pitch, get the final 2 outs of the top of the fourth inning. Was able to produce a couple of flyouts. Here at the plate, though, he's 0 for 1 in this game. The pitch from Poor winds up behind him. Count is 1-0. After Swaim in the order, it is Reese Johnson. Swaim on the season batting .230 for KU. The 1-0 offered up at and missed. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. For Henley, there 13 runs, 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third, but then again, a 7-run fourth inning as that pitch misses upstairs, 2-1. Opportunity to quickly check on some other games, maybe some final scores from around the Klamath Basin. I'll do so for you after this 2-1 pitch came in and hit Swaim, and he's aboard. In the Skyline Conference, the Phoenix Pirates building out a steady lead over Mazama. They lead 9-1 in the fifth inning. Cross Point Christian is trailing Lost River right now. That game is 13-9, and those guys are in the seventh inning, nearing a conclusion there at Cross Point Christian School. As in steps Reese Johnson, as that pitch misses high and in, 1-0. The count to Johnson as Jacoby Takini comes out, has a quick chat with his pitcher. Probably a little bit of what I was speaking about earlier, trying to find that command, that control again after such a long break during a half inning, but he's back out there. Looks like Henley softball leading Klamath Union in the nightcap there, top of the fifth inning. It is 17-2. Henley is leading in that one. And believe that is it as far as we have scores for teams around the basin. Here's a pop-up in the infield. Sims, the second baseman, calls everybody off, makes the catch, 2 outs in the fourth. So bring up Griffin Johnson for Klamath Union. Looks like we've got some work out there in the Klamath Union bullpen as well. A right-hander out there warming up. See if they make an appearance in the 5th. Modest lead off a first for Swaim. And the delivery to Johnson misses upstairs. 1-0 the count. Luis Meza Bravo is on deck for Klamath Union, hoping for a chance here in the 4th. That one misses in. 2-0 the count now to Griffin Johnson. He did reach his last time up on a fielder's choice. Nearly grounded into a double play, but used his speed to beat out the back end. The 2-0. Swung on and missed. Count is 2 balls and a strike to Griffin Johnson. The senior in the right-handed batter's box awaits the offering from Hayden Poor. The 2-1 bounces to the plate. Takini, a fine job of keeping it in front of him. Great work behind the dish for Jacoby Takini. Takes a lot of pride in kind of being the Iron Man for Henley behind home plate. Pretty sure he's caught every game this season. I think he only took 1 game off last year. The 3-1 misses upstairs. That's a walk. 2 men on, 2 men out. Here's Luis Meza Bravo. Klamath Union has had at least a base runner in every inning in this game so far, but haven't been able to find a hit. It's a golden opportunity here for Luis Meza Bravo to try to get something out there and drive in Klamath Union's first run this game and of the day as well. Recall they were shut out 7-0 in the opener earlier this afternoon. The pitch to Meza Bravo hits him on the front arm. Bases are loaded for Donovan Jones. And we've got pitching coach Craig Connor up and out of the dugout. Let's see if wind up making any changes here for Henley in the 4th inning. And it looks to me like we will. And Ian Meyer heading to the dugout as well. I'm thinking Meyer's going to be making an appearance on the mound. We'll make sure that coming up here in just a bit. Stepping aside here in the 4th and a 13-0 ball game. Back after this on mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial. Born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Ian Meyer taking over on the mound for the Hornets. He will start Donovan Jones out with a high ball 1. Meyer making his 3rd appearance of this season. He has pitched 3 previous innings, but he's got 2 wins this year. He's pitched in high leverage spots. He takes over here with the bases loaded. 1-1 the count to Jones as he works in a fastball. Meyer has allowed 1 hit in his 3 innings. He struck out 3 batters, has yet to allow a run. this season. The 1-1 misses away, 2-1. The count to Jones for Klamath Union, and the base is loaded. Harrison Swaim is aboard at third. At second, it's Griffin Johnson, and at first, it's Luis Meza Bravo. The 2-1 on the way to Jones, called a strike, 2-2. Nolan Baker hoping for a chance to hit this inning. The Pelicans looking to find their first run of the day. Meyer hoping to keep him stranded. The 2-2 swung on and missed, and he does just that. Klamath Union gets the bases loaded, but they leave them loaded as a strikeout gets him out of the jam. It's 13-0. We'll head to the fifth on mybasin.com.
Hi, I'm Jill with Klamath Falls Honda. If you live in Southern Oregon, you know the weather can keep you guessing. 1 minute it can be sunny, and the next something like this. That's why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline just make sense. With available all-wheel drive and the capability to handle whatever rolls in, you're ready for it. And customers like Rob are ready too.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
So whether it's sunshine or snow, stop by and say hi. We'll keep you safe on the road.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local community engaged.
Top of the fifth inning, and Harrison Swaim still on the hill today for Klamath Union in a 13-0 ball game that the Hornets lead. This gives us an opportunity to close the book on the two previous Pelicans pitchers today. It was Tilden Kaufman who got the start. He'd be on the hook for the loss today. He pitched 3 1/3 innings, giving up 5 hits and 8 earned runs. He walked 5, and he struck out 2. Isaac Barrios today, he did not record an out, although he did face 5 batters and give up 4 runs. Swaim came in relief of him. He's pitched 2/3 of an inning so far. He has walked a couple of batters, but hasn't allowed any hits or runs yet. Hoping to keep that intact as he goes through the middle of the Henley order. I've got Ian Meyer, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton, although with the lead where it is, we'll see if we start to get some alternates in for the Hornets, and it looks like even just leading off we will, as Harley Hoblet is going to be the leadoff hitter for the Hornets. All right, let's take a look at the numbers on the season for Harley Hoblet. We've also got Ty Teeters waiting on deck instead of Derek Cox. First pitch to Hoblet, misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Harley, so far this season, is still looking for his first hit, although only 2 previous at-bats. He'll take a strike there. The count is even at 1. Delivery on the way from Swaim. The 1-1 is called a strike over the middle of the plate, about knee-high, 1-2. Swaim working out of the windup. The 1-2 called strike 3. Hoblet took a knee-high fastball on the outside corner, down looking for the first out in the 5th. And in steps Ty Teeters now. Teeters on the season is batting 1,000, although just 1 for 1. And that one nearly came in and got him, but he'll take ball 1. Teeters has also walked once this season and been hit by a pitch once this season, so in all 3 of his plate appearances, he's reached on base. That pitch misses up, 2-0. Teeters hitting in place of Derek Cox here. So he takes strike 1. Count is 2-1. Derek exits the game, at least offensively, without a hit today, although he did reach base twice. He walked in the first, was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the big fourth inning, in which the Hornets scored 7 of their now 13 runs. Count is now 2-2 to Ty Teeters after he fouls back the 2-1. Settles back in against Harrison Swaim, and the delivery swung on and missed. Teeters down on strikes for the second out in the 5th inning. Back-to-back Ks for Harrison Swaim, and here's Corbin Hamilton. He's reached base 3 times today. He scored 2 runs and has 2 RBI. One came on a single in the 3rd. He also walked in a run in the 4th, and he fouls back the first pitch he sees here, a count of 0-1. On the season, Hamilton batting .385, one of only 2 players in Oregon history to have an MVP award bestowed upon him at the Alaska 529 Midseason Classic last summer. Here, he grounds out to short, and that will retire the side. The Hornets down an order in the 5th, and they look to close it out in the bottom half next on mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and Klamath Union leading the Henley Hornets. Henley leading Klamath Union 13-0. Got mixed up there. Nolan Baker, then P.J. Safford, then Isaac Boreas do up this half against Ian Meyer. Looking to close this one out for Henley. Not a save opportunity today for Ian, but just looking to ease things into a victory today. A couple of defensive changes for Henley. Porter Frost has remained in the game after taking an at-bat earlier. He is in right field. Gaines Cleland is now in left after having started the game as the designated hitter. Ryan Douglas still in center. The infield stays the same. Cox at third, Shively at short, Sims at second, Hamilton at first. And Jacoby Takini still catching. Here's the first pitch to Nolan Baker. Comes up empty on it. Count is 0-1. Baker struck out in his first at-bat earlier today. That was back in the 3rd inning. Meyer working out of the stretch, even with the bases empty, as he misses wide there. The count is 1-1. Like we said, he came in relief of Hayden Poor. Poor worked the first 3 2/3 innings of the game without allowing a hit and getting 5 strikeouts. And the count is now 2-1 to Nolan Baker. Here's the pitch. That one is called a strike. 2-2. P.J. Safford waiting on deck. Meyer still working. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. Meyer gets a strikeout to start the 5th inning. Baker down for the 2nd time today on strikeouts. And for Ian, that's his 2nd K of the day. And we go back to the top of the order for P.J. Safford. Safford 0 for 2 in this one. I said it earlier, but still looking for his first hit this series. Grounded out twice today. The pitch from Meyer. Called a strike. Firm fastball over the heart of the plate. 0-1. Isaac Boreas, we got a different on-deck hitter for Klamath Union. It's Joseph Waldberger. That pitch misses off the plate outside. 1-1. Safford settling back in. Wide in the right-handed batter's box with his feet. The 1-1 is taken for a strike. Just below the letters on the outer third there, the count is 1-2 to P.J. Safford. Having to protect here. Meyer comes set. Kicks and delivers. That one missed inside. Safford having to back out of the way of that one. Meyer working the count even now, 2-2, trying to go inside on that pitch. He's gone fastball on each of the first 4 pitches in this at-bat. Meyer now with the 2-2. That one misses high and in, and the count runs full. Safford crowds the plate a little bit here after Meyer has been working inside. Here's the 3-2, swung on and missed, jammed up Safford, and there's two gone here in the 5th inning. Got a sub, as we mentioned a moment ago here for Klamath Union. We've got Joseph Waldberger, a sophomore here for Klamath Union, as he gets ready to swing away with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch comes up empty. The count is 0-1. He hits in the 2 spot here in place of Isaac Barrias, who exits after going 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Meyer in an 0-1. This one a slow roller out to short. Shively up with it. The throw on to first is in time, and that will do it. The Henley Hornets with a season sweep of the Klamath Union Pelicans. 13-0, the final here. We'll be back in 2 minutes to wrap this one up for you next on mybasin.com.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan.
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score here at Kiger Stadium, 13-0, and the Henley Hornets victorious. 13 runs, comes on 6 hits today for Henley. No errors, and they left 5 runners on base. Today for Klamath Union, no runs, no hits. They did commit 5 errors, and they also left 5 runners on base today. Hard for me to pick just one Abby's Legendary Pizza player of the game today, but I'm going to go ahead with the starting pitcher. A good outing today for Hayden Poor, 3 2/3 innings pitched, no hits, and he struck out 5 batters. Henley didn't need a lot of hits to get the job done today because Klamath Union as a pitching staff gave them 9 walks and a couple of hit batsmen, but they did capitalize in some key spots. Connor Shively was 2 for 3 today, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, 2 triples. Porter Frost had a double. He was 1 for 1 today with a couple of RBIs as well. Corbin Hamilton was 1 for 2, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs for him. Carson Sims 2 for 4, 2 RBIs in that one. With this win, Henley improves on the season to 16-2 overall, a perfect 6-0 in Skyline Conference play. Klamath Union falls to 7-11. They are 0-5. What's next for Klamath Union? It's a 3-game set with Phoenix, and it starts right here at Kiger Stadium on Tuesday at 5 o'clock. For Henley, they are also off until Tuesday. No Skyline Conference matchup for them for a couple of weeks, as they'll play Cascade Christian at home on Tuesday before challenging Ashland at a home-and-home on Thursday and Saturday. Their next Skyline Conference game is May 12th, and it's on the road at Hidden Valley. We'll be with you along the entire way as the Hornets make another journey towards the top of the Skyline Conference, picking up a series sweep of Klamath Union, punctuated with the 13-0 final this afternoon at Kiger Stadium. I want to thank everybody with making today's broadcast possible, both head coaches Sean Teeters and Mike Overstreet. Also want to give a shout-out to Mr. Sean Ferns, a gentleman I met today who was running our scoreboard this afternoon. Big shout-out to Mr. Ferns there for stepping up in a big way, and our official scorer, Rob Sims, for making sure that we're all lined up on the book and know what I'm talking about. Thanks to you as well for joining us for another edition of Henley High School Baseball. We'll be back with you on Tuesday next week as the Hornets host the Cascade Christian Challengers. But until then, my name is Josh Eldridge. I hope you have a great weekend. So long and good night from historic Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls.